for it to start. I hit go live. It's... Okay, I should be live. I need to wait to hear my own voice to make sure it's working. Okay, that's... Okay, yep, that's fine. So... Okay, so... Imagine not being... Well, I mean, it says there's one person here. I have no idea who it is, not counting... Oh, it's probably the Stinky, isn't it? Oh, time to continue. Oh, crap, it's... The audio's so low. Oh, it's my PC audio that's low. I mean, my headset. We might really be able to find out what was written here. Really? You can do that? That's right, with this. Yes, the thing that detects the blood. It's called luminol. Yeah, that crap. It's a chemical that reacts to blood. Yeah, we use that. Yeah, it was used in that other case I said that's my favorite case. So yeah, that's coming back too. Yes, there's no question, only bald fur. And apparently, wow, the Stinky left my stream already. Oh yes, have we done those tests yet? Ha, as if I'm going to tell you. The blood stains covered a section of the carpet. In order to perform blood tests, that section was removed and submitted. Perhaps we should request it here in court now. Right, go for it, Apollo. Huh? I have to do the test? You just have to spray the luminol on it, simple. A chemical that reacts to blood? I've heard of this somewhere. Yes, I believe an analysis is called for. Have at it. Why does it look like there's a... Okay, I think... I'm gonna be really wrong about this. It feels like it says Crucy right, but there's no way it does. It just looks like there's a T right there and then kind of like an R there. But I'm assuming that's just from, I'm assuming it's just gonna be the name of the yellow person more than anything. What the hell is this? IPXX314. What the hell does that mean? What the ass? This must be the power of science. It says IPXX314206. Okay, what the heck? Nope, flipping it upside down does nothing. What? Maybe it is if the killer was a robot. Ah, I have it. So what is it? I thought those letters IPPX looked familiar. It's an Interpol ID number. Interpol? You mean the International Police Agency? Most are undercover agents working to solve international crimes. But why would he write that number? Why would Mr. Latthouse even know a number like that? Good show, Roy Lean Detective. Rock on. Eh? Your Honor, we can verify this number immediately. Darren, are you there? Come up to the witness stand. Watch it be Darren's number and he's lying about it. Darren, you heard what we need. Go check into this Interpol ID number. Sure thing. Give me 30 seconds. No, give me 27. I'm not sure what to think of all this. The prosecution's case is airtight, or so it seems. Yeah, if this number is really that of an Interpol agent... Oh, wait, I know. What if Mati Tobe's really an undercover Interpol agent? That'd be a possibility. A possibility, yes. And one that would mark him as the killer for certain. Why, why did Latalis know an Interpol ID number? That's what I want to know. Maybe he's one himself. Yeah, maybe he's the undercover agent thingy. And that would explain why someone was killed. I mean, that would explain why he was killed. Because he's gonna figure out someone, yeah, he was gonna figure out someone that committed a crime, so to prevent that from happening, that killed him. Let's work on unraveling another mystery, shall we? A curious mystery concerning Mati Tobe. What are you talking about? Poor lean detective, please accept my apologies. I received word that the defendant could, in fact, see just before the trial began. It seems too much of a bother to tell you. You had me until that last bit. Does this not raise a rather straightforward question? Well, sure. Why did Mati pretend he couldn't see? Exactly. It makes little sense. What do you think, her forehead? Huh? Me? Mati Tobe pretended he was blind. Do you know why? How could he know? Wait, Prosecutor Gavin knows why, doesn't he? He's known from the start of the trial. He's been leading us on the whole time. Something wrong? Do you think perhaps this is all some kind of game? No, that the moment I heard that report, I knew why. I suppose people have sold over 1 million records really are something else. What does that have to do with anything? There was a reason why Maki Tobe pretended to be blind, but it wasn't for his own sake. Getting the picture now? It wasn't for himself? Well, Mr. Justice, can you present evidence that shows us why the defendant had the fiend blindness? Of course I can. Maki had no reason to pretend he couldn't see, which means, no, it couldn't be. Good show, her forehead. It seems you've thought of something. Why can't I figure these things out on my own? I hate having to take my cues from this guy. Very well, look at this. This is why he was pretending he couldn't see. I literally have no idea. I'm assuming it'd be the postcard because that's the cause maybe it's like if it wasn't for his sake, it'd be for Lamore's sake, and this is the closest thing there is to Lamore. That is Lamore. Lamore and Matsu Tobai recall their relationship. In particular, their unique arrangement over the years before visiting her country. Lamore and her pianist. They would always walk together, she leading him by the hand. Even when they got on stage, she would lead him to the piano. She would walk all the way over there with him. That's right, because he was blind. She led him at all times, never letting him go. All times, Yet, we have just learned something that makes that arrangement peculiar indeed. Maki could see. Why did they have to keep up this act the whole time? Well, wasn't it part of their performance? I think it's a simpler explanation. Maki did not need to be led by the hand at all. That can only mean one thing. Really? Really, it was all the other way around. The one who needed to be led by the hand was Lamore. What's this? So you mean to say that Lamore is... she's... Yes, Your Honor. Lamore is blind. What the... What the... What... No... What? The... What the... What... Brody, you're stinky, that's all I can say. What the frick? What? I'm over here having a stroke because of that. Order! 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 This is crazy, Prosecutor Gavin. Is it now? Please, please shed some sanity on this madness. The defense has made an outrageous claim. The only thing outrageous I see about the defense is his vast forehead. Yeah, I see it is not vast in vain this time. He's quite She's quite correct. But that makes no sense. Yeah, wasn't she supposed to be the landscape painter and sound or something? Well, since we have her here, why not ask Lamore herself? I believe she is still in the witness waiting room. Apollo, what does this mean for her case? Don't ask me. I had no idea she couldn't see. I hadn't even imagined it until now. Well, I still didn't even imagine it until you said it yourself. Brody, you're stinky. Lamore? Pains me deeply to call it before you get in this way, and yet I must. Please, do not be concerned on my behalf. Those eyes. She really can't see? Really? It is true. How funny is it that a tiny lie born in the bordering countryside would one day grow to entangle the entire world? So you are? Yes, as I mentioned before. I have no memory of the time before I came Lamore. No, to that my memories begin in darkness. The word light has no meaning for Lamore. I see. You may recall me saying something toward the beginning of this trial, her forehead. What's that? I believe I said it was unfortunate that this crime had no direct witnesses. Ah. Now, Lamore, I must ask you to stand once more. Will you testify to the court about your eyes? Of course. It was never my intent to deceive any of you. May I begin, Your Honor? Yes, of course. Though I admit I'm a little lost here. I think we're all a bit lost here, Your Honor. I have no memory of the light. I debuted in a world of darkness and sound. My producer came up with my PR line before he knew this. So, silly as it may sound, I had to pretend I could see. Everyone on my staff knew, of course, but no others. But this is a murder trial! I apologize, it was part of my contract, you see. I was to keep my blindness a secret no matter what. Music is everything for me. I never imagined something like this would... She told us the truth in the beginning, when she said she saw nothing. Very well. Does the defense have anything to add? I'd like to cross-examine. But what is there left to ask? There was one thing in her testimony that bothered me. Perhaps it is best we let you get it out of your system. Someday you'll come to understand the importance of thinking for yourself. Very well, the defense may proceed. However, be aware this court will not tolerate any questions deemed too stressful to the witness. Okay, there's only one part that bothered me. Just let me ask about that and I'll be happy. But, ugh. There's only one part that bothered me? Well, not. I have no memory of the light. I debuted in a world of darkness and sound. Our producers came up with my PR line before he knew this. So silly as it may sound, I had to pretend I could see. Everyone on my staff knew, of course, but no others. Was that to protect your image as the landscape painter and sound? That does not matter so much to me, really, but the label is quite concerned about it, I think. A landscape painter who can't see. That's like a pianist who can't play, huh? I'm not sure you can compare your father to Lamore. The world of commercial music is filled with these little white lies. Nothing is sacred when it comes to publicity. Everyone on my staff, of course, but no others. Well, why didn't she just tell him? Perhaps your music reminded him of the Borginian scenery. Hahaha, no, it was quite the opposite. The opposite? According to my producer, my music has a certain global quality. Global? Multicultural, if you will, hard to pin to one region. When people listen to it, they picture the country closest to their hearts, which is why music has reached so many. What a lovely story. It sounds like this producer might have known what he was doing after all. My songs are nothing more than a white canvas. To me, the real landscape painter are the listeners. When I think of that, I do not mind how I am represented to the world so much. Yet, one thing quickly led to another. As silly as it may sound, I had to pretend I could see. When you say your staff, do you include Mr. Lathouse? Of course, he was my manager, so he knew, and that's what's been bugging me. Something the matter, Mr. Justice? I believe I know what is bothering our young defense attorney. You are thinking of when you discovered the body, yes? Is he right, Apollo? Yes, I was. He's alive. Yeah, why did he say the witness is siren? Like, how would he witness it if he knew? Mr. Lathouse, can you hear me? Cold. So cold. Witness. You're cold? Don't worry, you're going to be fine. Help is on the way. Can't see. Hang in there, Mr. Lathouse. Tell me, who is the witness? The witness is siren. Mr. Lathouse asked me to ask the witness, and he named you. Why would he do that? He knew you were blind. I don't know. Tisk. What did I just say? You need to learn to think for yourself. Meaning what? There is no mystery here if you recall everything he said. Think of his last words once more. The witness. Siren? You've heard them many times, along with a little play acting by our defense. I remember them well myself, but that statement is not to what I refer. I mean, what he said before that. Before? What came before that? Ah, that's right. He tried to tell you. When he said, can't see, he wasn't talking about himself. He was talking about the witness. I see. Too bad that a defense did not. Well, forehead, try relaxing and looking at the facts first next time. Bruh. Order! Recall Lamore's earlier testimony. Brody is stinky. I was on my way from the stage to the backstage. There were 2 shots. I couldn't do anything to stop it. But she couldn't have heard those gunshots. I thought we proved that. That is not the most important point here. The moment he was shot, Mr. Lathouse witnessed her through that window. Why else would he have named her as the witness? Okay, so there's a few things I want to say. First of all, if she's blind, how did she know where the bullet holes were? The only way she would know where the bullet holes were. Oh wait. Oh. Okay, she said she saw the bullet holes, but it contradicted the location of them. Okay, I'm a bingus. I was thinking she didn't know where it was, so she had to have been the one that shot them to know where they were. But she actually didn't know where they were. I'm a bingus. But I really did hear them. 2 gunshots, and the man's voice. Unfortunately, such a thing was impossible. The window was closed. We have already run a simulation, of course. But it was so clear. If I heard that voice again, I would know it in an instant. Your Honor? What is it, bailiff? Can't you see we're in session here? We have the results back from the investigation. The investigation? Ah, the Interpol number that Mr. Lathouse left us. It's either going to be the person in yellow or Mr. Lathouse himself. Well, let's hear it. We will continue this cross-examination afterward. Detective Christen, your report, please. I asked Interpol about that number. Or it could be his and he's about to lie about it. I'm sure you'll find their answer intriguing. Quick work as always, Darren. Well, tell us about the number. Is the defendant a secret agent? Nah, but the victim probably was. IPXX314206. The agent registered under this number was Romain Lathouse. I knew it. So that way, so everyone over here in this country actually had a motive because he was an international, for international arrests. So he was over here to arrest someone, and whoever he was trying to arrest, that was who murdered him. and I'm assuming it's that person in yellow. What? Our undercover Interpol agent was Mr. Lataus himself. He was apparently in the middle of an operation, so when he wrote those letters, he was trying to tell us his own identity, and a cautious killer tried to wipe them away. Mr. Lataus was an undercover Interpol agent, so him being Lamore's manager was just a cover, most likely. There's one other important detail I found. Well, out with it. It concerns that 45 caliber revolver, the murder weapon. Apparently, it belonged to Romain Lataus. He had an Interpol permit to carry firearms, and the registration number on the revolver matched. So the victim was killed with his own weapon, which makes sense. It's hard to imagine someone who wasn't an Interpol agent with such a large revolver. So the victim was an Interpol agent or on an undercover op. I wonder how that ties into everything. It means whoever his operation was for is who killed him. It's got to tie in somehow, you'd think. Yes, somehow. Thanks for looking into that for us, Detective Crescent. It's a great help. Ah, no problem at all, Your Honor. I'll be heading out. Wait, Lamore? Is something the matter? That voice just now. Darren? Mr. Darren, is it? It was him. I'm sure of it. Didn't I say it was possible it could be Darren? I said it was possible it could be Darren. I mean, okay, now that you think about it, I'm accusing everyone, so of course, yeah, I'm gonna be right because I'm accusing everyone, so it's not that surprising. Yeah, but I was accusing Lamore just until recently, and I was even accusing, I was even accusing our defendant until we started defending him. And I'm still accusing the person in yellow. It was him. You aren't saying that voice I heard talking to Mr. Lataus when I heard the gunshots fired. It was him. It was Mr. Darren. Is this some kind of joke? Is this some kind of a joke? Wait a minute. It wasn't him though. It was. He heard it coming from the speaker. What? No way. It was coming from the speaker. Courtroom fell into such a chaotic state the crowd had to be suspended temporarily. I'd never seen that happen before. Of course, it's not every day that you get an accusation like that one. Lamore fingering Darren Crescent. Not only is he a guitarist, he's a detective. Could it really have been his voice Lamore heard? Yes, he heard it through the speakers. Things were changing fast, and frankly, I wasn't sure I could keep up with it. Hey, no wimping out now, Apollo. Hey, Apollo. What? Well, actually nothing. I mean, something, or maybe not. Out with it. The suspense is giving me an ulcer. Well, the trial today, I was thinking, if you gave it a score, what score would you give it? Score? Gee. I guess I would, or maybe, well, bah, I'm just as bad as you. See? It's so vague. Clearly. I actually avoided a guilty verdict, which is something. Though I can't say I'm any less confused about the case. And if Interpol about that number, I'm sure you'll find their answer intriguing. IPXX 314206. The agent registered under this number was Romain Lataus. And the victim, Mr. Lataus, who would have guessed he was actually an undercover Interpol agent? Me, because I did. What a mess. And we don't have any idea what he was investigating. Well, true, but we know who shot him now. Lamore told the whole court. No, it doesn't mean that he shot him, it just means that he heard his voice. It's obvious that she heard it through the speaker. I don't. Speaking of mysteries, what's Mr. Wright up to? I wouldn't mind asking his opinion. Now that you mention it, I haven't seen Daddy around. What, is he some kind of stray that just wanders in and out at will? I wouldn't say that, but he has been going out a lot. Some top secret mission, he said. Top secret? Anyway, you can't just rely on him to save the day, and you've got me to help you. We'll be fine. Fine. Right. Well, time's a-wasting, as they say. Let's investigate. That's the spirit. What? Oh, this is the outside of the place, right? Woo, what a great day. It's perfect weather for sleuthing. The weather matters for an investigation. Don't some days just feel like magic days or defense days? Sure, let's get started, shall we? Right on. Show us your stuff, Apollo. What stuff? Your voice training. This is the perfect place for it. I did enough at home, thanks. Aw, there's no need to be shy. Keep that up and you'll never make it on the big stage. I'm happy in the courtroom, thank you. I am a lawyer. Then you're in luck, because it's a lawyer weather today. Don't you just want to face the blue sky and shout objection? Look, the weather has nothing to do with lawyers. Let's get going already. I thought I'd have a chance to make my terrible joke, but I didn't. July 9th, backstage hallway. Ah, Mr. Attorney. Lamore, I'm sorry about today. There's nothing you need to apologize for. You were merely defending Machi. Are you okay? Alone, I mean. Humans are not blessed with 5 senses. No, humans are. Even if robbed of one, we get by. Though it does make being a witness rather difficult. Speaking of seeing, you knew who we were before you spotted us just now. And we weren't even talking. I heard your footsteps several times the day before. Oh, you must have great ears. Here's that heard of the crime taking place. Or so she claimed yesterday, but how? Oh wait, nothing's gonna happen because he won't know what it is. Do you think you could tell me about this? I'm sorry, but my information about the outside world is somewhat limited. I only know what I have heard or felt. Maybe that explains why she didn't react when I showed her stuff the other day. She was still pretending she could see then. Yeah. You ever considered arson? That's quite a statement you made in court today. About hearing Darren Crescent's voice at the scene of the crime. I did not know his name, but I never forget a voice. So yeah, it's either she heard it through the speaker. Yeah, it's either she heard it through the speaker, or she was actually right and he was the one that killed him, or it's the person in yellow. But like I said, it's not impressive whenever I'm right because I just keep doing every possibility. So if I'm doing every yeah, I'm not even thinking, but I end up thinking that every possibility is what's happening. I'm guessing Darren and Mr. Lacoste were talking about something. The next moment I heard those gunshots. Why didn't you call security? To be honest, though the noise was quite frightening, I never imagined the gunshots might be real. And I was in quite a hurry myself. I left the scene at once. So, it really was Darren's voice that she heard. Yeah. At least she certainly thinks it was. I met Machi before my debut as Lamore. I was singing in a restaurant in Virginia. And he was playing the piano? Yes. He was very kind to me when he learned I could not see. Is that when you started playing opposites? Maki pretending he couldn't see. Ah, no, it wasn't then. That began after our major debut. After I became known as the landscape painter in sound. It must have been tough for Maki, pretending he couldn't see and all the while acting as your eyes. We held hands always. He would write with his finger on my palm to signal to me things I should know. He is a smart, gentle boy. I think I see what she's getting at. Moxie would never harm a soul. About Mr. Lataus. Ah, yes, he was an Interpol agent, I hear. So you had no idea? Of course not. No one did. Except for me. But someone was after him. They had to know who he really was. Why did he pose as my manager? I do not understand. You have no idea? I can only assume that he was investigating me. But why? What makes you think that? Perhaps it is not so, but I cannot deny the possibility. Because of my condition, as my present is veiled in darkness, so too my past clouded from memory. Clouded, right. Or it could have been that he figured out that she'd probably be traveling around, so he did that so that way he could actually go on operation. So yeah, that way he could be on operations easier. The darkness that I fear is not the darkness that I see whenever I open my eyes. The real darkness lies in my heart. In your heart? I have no memory of the time before I became L'Amour. I awoke from darkness, into darkness, you might say. I was singing in a restaurant those days. What was it that she said about not being able to remember the light? I do not know my past. Perhaps I committed some terrible crime in my past. Everything before becoming L'Amour is lost to me. But I don't think you... I can think of no other explanation. Why else would an agent of Interpol approach me? Do you think your past might be related to this case? No way, that seems really unlikely to me. I mean, you're such a sweet person, L'Amour. I thank you, Maki. Too tells me it's often when I fear who I might have become. Or who I might have been. The speaker here is the same as the one in L'Amour's room. I wonder if this one was blaring as loud as hers. I don't see a volume control anywhere in the room. My guess is that they give all the rooms equal treatment. You mean equal punishment. If that's the case, that's how she could have... Yeah, if that's the case, that's how she could have heard Darren's voice. But wait, no, that wouldn't... I'm an idiot. That wouldn't make sense because, one, because he actually stopped before everyone else. Yeah, I think this is actually going to be a case that Gavin brings up, but I refute with, one, that he wasn't actually singing, and two, even if he was, he stopped before everyone else because he missed the cue. So, and then if that was the case, she wouldn't be able to hear him as there wasn't a chance where it was only him. Whoops. I'm assuming the vent, since they found Monty Tobey's fingerprints on that air vent. What's with the long face? It's a little lackluster, you know? Lackluster? I mean, using the air vent is so obvious. No audience is going to pay good money to see a trick like that. Things must look different through a magician's eyes. It'd be much cooler if the killer got out through that tiny window. Don't go there. You'll get your head stuck. Okay, or maybe like I've been saying the whole time, that it is L'Amour and that she shot, and that she just shot him through the window, and that's also how she heard the gunshots. Also, yeah, how would she, yeah, the thing is, the window could have been opened during the crime and just closed afterwards. It's the window where Lamore saw the crime from. I wish it was that simple. Kind of hard to see a crime when you can't see. But she did hear it. Yeah, but the window was closed. Maybe she heard it some other way. I still can't believe we found Moxie and Mr. Latals up on top of that tower. Yeah, I used to not like high places. Now I hate them. It's not like it would have been nicer if we found a dead body closer to the ground. Though, that reminds me, Daddy's bad with heights, too. Huh? No kidding. He took me on a Ferris wheel ride a while ago, you know? Halfway through, his face got all green and he mumbled objection over and over. The sight of that is just amazing. Just Phoenix Wright, just wearing his, yeah, just wearing his normal outfit, and then he's just like, objection, 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 the whole time. Poor guy. I'm a doofus. I probably have to go to the detention center. And now that Lamore's not in there, wouldn't she be able to come with us and talk to Tobai? Wait, no, I'm a Bingus. Detention center, her visitor's room. Moxie may not be guilty, but he's still a suspect. But they don't have any decisive evidence. Yeah, but only someone as small as him could have gotten out of that room. This whole time I've been saying there's no proof they were even in the room in the first place. Yeah, like there's no proof that anyone, I mean, no, that the killer was even inside the room. If anything, there's more proof that they weren't. They'd either have to be because of where it entered from, and yeah, and the way he fell, and yeah, the way he fell, and from where he was shot, they had he had to be facing away from them, so they were either behind him or at the, and also just because of where the bullet holes are, they're right behind him, or shot him through the window. So, like I've been saying, they most likely never even entered the room in the first place. Right, the air vent. And he lied. Lied? Maki Tobai can see. No, he was probably trying to tell us earlier in the detention center, but he couldn't. Ah, Maki. Speak of the devil. He looks like he's doing okay. I forget, why did we come here? It's not like we can talk to him or anything. Words are overrated. Feelings are what matter, Apollo. Kinda hard to build a court case on feelings, but since we're here, anyway, might as well get what I want to say off my chest. If you need someone to complain to, I'll listen. I think he's actually worried for me. It's not gonna... So, what did you think of the trial today? Whew, I'm glad he doesn't understand English after all. If he did, he would have been scared out of his mind by the trial. Hey, all's well that ends well. You'd have to be more goal-oriented if he's innocent, that we win. No, if he's found not guilty, we win. Maki might not understand English, but I bet he gets that better than you do. Huh? What the... What, is it gonna be another twist in that he's blind, but pretending that he was yeah, was he pretending that he was pretending that he's blind? Or that he doesn't understand English because the bracelet just reacted. So something is definitely way off here. I'm glad Lamore testified. What a great person. She even got Maki off the hook by naming another suspect. Darren of the Gavaneers, the detective. I wonder if Maki knows what happened. I mean, if he could follow how the trial went at all. If no one told him there's a new suspect, how would he know? Hey, what is it, Apollo? No, it's nothing. I must be imagining it. Imagining what, Apollo? It's just, I couldn't help but feel that, I don't know, Maki, he doesn't understand what we're saying, right? How could he? He's a young Virginian, he doesn't speak English. Yeah, but my bracelet is reacting to him. Huh? Maybe it's malfunctioning. Or it's scared because you keep making those I'm so mad faces. Was I that bad? Maki lied about not being able to see. But what if that's not all he lied about? If you're curious about it, there's only one thing to do. You should ask him. I think it'll take something big to get him, and some kind of undeniable evidence. We'll be back, Maki. Of course it's not something, of course it can't be something I already have. Look, a blimp! Those balloons next to it have sponsors ads on them. Let's see. Big sale. All starts 50% off. Oh, it's an ad for the department store next door. What's that creature there? Ooh, that's the police mascot, the Blue Badger. Eh? It's life-size. Haven't you seen them around town, patrolling the streets? Yes, now even Law and Order has a mascot. I'd run from that thing, even if I wasn't a criminal. Why does its head wobble like that when it walks? It's freaky. I don't think you're showing true Blue Badger spirit, Apollo. Look, a massive sign for the Guilty as Charged tour. A giant prosecutor, Gavin, stares out over the area. Ooh, maybe I can take it to the office when they're done with it. Where would you put it? You couldn't even get that thing through the front door. Then I'll put it outside. I bet it'd be good for business. Just as long as no one comes expecting us to prosecute. Well, if anyone comes looking for a concert, leave it to me. Is this part of some twisted plan of hers to make her singing debut? I wonder. Sunshine Coliseum sure is living up to its name today. It's huge, and Mr. Gavin's got to play on that enormous stage. I'm so jealous. Someday I'll fight my first battle on this stage. Battle? Well, yeah, it's a Coliseum, isn't it? They don't do gladiatorial contests at these places anymore, Cruci. Really? I had no idea. I wonder why they stopped. Sometimes I worry about her. So just like I thought, there is nothing out here related to the case. There might be someone here later related to the case, but not now. I know it probably won't work, but I'm gonna try presenting everything like always. Oh, 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 oh. I know how Lamore heard his voice. It's simple. It's already right here in front of us. The whole time it's been. That's been lying there since the day before yesterday. It's small. Maybe no one's noticed it. I kinda wanna pick it up. It'd make a cool souvenir, don't you think? It does stick out of my mind for some reason. No, I thought it would get added to the court record. It's important. So why not court record NB do? I don't, I don't, of course her Bruce she's probably gonna say something about it, but it's not gonna be anything important. Oh. So she doesn't know her own Bruce, even though she did the other time. Since that can't get added to the court record, either it's gonna be just one of those three option choices, or something I point at, or or it, or there's gonna be a third day, and that's how I'd get it to the court record. Or it could be third day and still not add it to the court record, but this is the last thing I can present to her. Nope, guess I have to investigate everything in every area again. It's like an instrument case, a big instrument case. There's a great magic trick you can do with one of these, huh? What kind? The... This is the same as before. I'm thirsty, Apollo. Want something to drink? Oh. Real steel flavor. Yeah. The amazing... Hey, this isn't enough. Okay, I'm just seeing how long I've been streaming for. Concert poster for the... That'd be the Blue Badger, the police mascot. There's a guy outside in a giant Blue Badger costume lumbering about. He stands out even more than those Gavinier posters. I really hope that it's Detective Gumshoe in it, just for the fact that even if he doesn't have his job anymore, we should be able to at least see him again, because what? It's Detective Gumshoe. Why shouldn't we be able to see him? It's all the same. He's the band mascot too, you know. I can't picture Prosecutor Gavin going for that kind of thing. Neither can I. I'll bet there's a story there just waiting to be told. And no, it's all because they all have connections to the police in a way, and since it's the mascot of the police, it makes sense for it to be their mascot too. Yeah, so I have to check everything again. I didn't check the speaker in this room though, right? It's a pretty old model for such a nice place. I guess they don't care about sound quality back here, as long as you can hear it. Not that a loss of fidelity could possibly make that music worse. Good speakers must cost a lot. You have any idea how much a nice one that size could cost, Apollo? Probably a good 10 years of your allowance, give or take. What? Well, that's almost $600. $5 a month? Poor Trucy. Wait till she finds out you need to buy 2 speakers for a stereo. That revolver really was something else. I wonder if someone as little as me could even fire it. Dislocating your shoulder would kinda put a crimp on your stage career. Daggy always had stiff shoulders. Maybe that could loosen him up. Don't even mention it. I'm afraid he might go out and actually try it. He doesn't have the guts to pull the trigger, I bet. Too bad you'll never own one. Never's kind of harsh, Trucy. How about for all eternity, then? Same difference. I hate when people use that phrase because it only applies when there's at least 3 things. Because if the difference between A and B is X, and then the difference between B and C is X, then it's the same difference, because it's the same difference, but the difference between them is the same. The poster for another show. This summer, a Legal Eagles production of Case Closed. I looked into that performance group. Turns out they're all law enforcement related, too. Apparently, their serious portrayal of law and order is a big draw. That sounds so boring, it's probably pretty interesting. You're a complicated man, Mr. Apollo Justice. Look, it's fruit. Fruit, Apollo, fruit! I heard you the first time. It sure is a lot of fruit. I doubt anyone would miss a bit of watermelon. I know, how make it vanish into my stomach? Better not, they might make you pay for it. And if you have the money for that, you could probably repaint the office first. Watermelons are that expensive? These could have been imported from exotic local, for all we know. Right, after the shooting took place, Lamore tried to come into the dressing room and dropped her brooch. I think that fits with the other stuff we know. Do you think the timing of when she dropped it is important? Yeah, something about it bugs me, that's for sure. That could have been when she heard the voice, whenever she... No, when she was going over here, that's when she heard the voice through the headset thing laying outside. Yeah, that's how she heard it, I think. The murder weapon, so it belonged to Mr. Lathouse. That thing makes normal revolvers look like water guns. Mr. Lathouse was a big man, but how about the person who shot him? Wouldn't they have to be about his size? Hey, look, a part of the carpet has been torn up here. That was the part we did the luminol testing on in court. Luminol, right. You know what I couldn't stop thinking? Who's going to pay for this carpet? As long as it's not us, maybe the shooter? I guess it's true what they say. Crime doesn't pay. I would hope that carpet replacement costs weren't the only thing holding you back. Seeing me... Snack of presents for Lamore. Stars always get the biggest presents. You know, you could give me a present, Apollo. Here, have a piece of candy. Gee, thanks! She must not get a lot of presents. Poor girl. In more ways than one. This was the window where Lamore saw the crime from. I wish it was that simple. Kind of hard to see a crime when you can't see. But she... I'm thinking I probably already have the evidence because the only things I haven't examined have well, to our knowledge, have nothing to do with the crime scene. Oh, that's the legendary AA-400, the Red Badger. Well, yeah, that's what I was calling it, because it's literally the Blue Badger in red. I thought rock was supposed to be rebellious, not civic. Every aspiring guitarist wants one of these. They even paint their own guitars to look like it. Ah, the fickleness of youth. You should dye your hair Badger red, too. I like my hair the way it is, thank you very much. The stubbornness of age. Police uniform hangs on... I think I already read that, I'm not sure. Those are some pretty heavy-duty gloves. Maybe they have to carry around hot pots or something. They are a little thick. I couldn't even stuff a pigeon in those. That's exactly what I was thinking. Why is that plastic bowl of stew sitting there? I bet they use it for interrogating bad guys. Fess up to what you did, and won't let you eat that stew. That's just mean. It gets worse, see? If the bad guy confesses, they say, okay, eat it. If you can. See, it's made of plastic. It's like you don't know which ones are real bad guys. I think you need to take a deep breath, Trucy. Ooh, a cruiser guitar. They sold those to commemorate 5 years of the band, rocking it hard, under the speed limit. There's a cruiser bass, a cruiser drum set, and a cruiser keyboard. Even a cruiser whistle. I'm not sure about that last one. It's for blowing the whistle on criminals. I don't think that requires an actual whistle, Trucy. Someone drew the Gavineer's mark. Oh wait, no, I realized I didn't read the dialogue from this, but I honestly, as you can tell, it's not important at all since nothing happened with it. This place is decorated like a high school dance, though I think our decorations were paper, not chains. The Gavineers are into chains. It's part of their image. Huh, no kidding. Ever since they used chains on the cover art for Gonna Lock You Up, they're really into the whole police thing, aren't they? Oh, that is Apollo speaking, I'm a Bingus. It'd be cooler if they turned that red light on. They don't have to turn on the red light. The only thing left to check is the cards. Stack of Lamore's postcards. There it is, the landscape painter in sound. It must be so hard to pretend you can see when you can't. Yet the way she sings so effortlessly, you'd think she had life easy. Some people are just impressive like that. You know it. It just makes me think about how much further I have to go. I hope we can solve this quickly and not add to her troubles. Look at all the electronics. They must be sound related. Doesn't seeing a bunch of machines like this make you want to just fiddle with them? Can I, Apollo? Please? No, no fiddling. You'll break something. If you're going to make an omelet, you gotta break some eggs. That's what Daddy always says. These eggs look kind of expensive. So I'm assuming I already have the evidence and I'm just being a bingus. I'm gonna try every single thing, but then if it doesn't work, then I guess that I really am missing something, and I'll check everything on the stage again. But then if that doesn't do anything, yeah, if that doesn't do anything, then that means there's something somewhere I forgot to examine. I'm a bingus. My brisket was reacting, so I could have just been catching it. I could just have done to it and then see if, and then because that could have allowed me to. So Moxie, you can see, right? Moxie can see, and Lemore can't. The whole world's gone topsy-turvy. Sorry, Apollo. I don't think we're going to get any information out of Moxie. Which makes sense. Yeah, I guess it does. Fine, I'll just try presenting every piece of evidence. I think he said, I'm sorry, I cannot speak your language. You are very beautiful, fair maiden. This is why I never trust a translator. So I forgot to examine something somewhere. What the heck? Wait. Oh my, I didn't talk to Trucy, did I? I'm a... Lemore dropped a bomb in court today. It was Darren. Lemore said he never forgotten a voice, right? That's so cool. I guess. What's that called again? Elephant ears? I bet that's what they're called. Somehow I don't think that means what you think it means. And she has to be wrong this time. Wrong? Why? I mean, look. Those gunshots were right during the concert. Which is why she heard it through either the speaker or that microphone on the ground. That's right. I was burning up the dance floor at the time. Right. Did you happen to look up on stage? Maybe Darren, even? You bet I did. He is one of the Gavineers' guitarists, after all. He's so cool. And Arson. Oh. Right. All the Gavineers have a rock-solid alibi. God damn it. A rock-solid alibi. You just... But Lamore heard him, didn't she? She heard Darren's backstage, right? Somebody's either wrong or lying very badly here. Or... Nope. Nope, there's another possibility. Yeah, and that possibility is that they heard them just not in the, yet they heard their voice in the room, but they weren't in the room. It's still a possibility. Interpol agent. I was wondering, what is Interpol anyway? Huh? Interpol? They're the guys who catch international criminals. Why can't they just call them international police instead of making up some silly name? Yeah. Anyway, you think he was investigating Lamore? What? Why would anyone do that? She's not a criminal. She just couldn't be. Don't be fooled by appearances, is all I'm saying. But remember, I'm a magician, Apollo. I can spot a palmed coin at 50 paces. If only it were that easy. In any case, we know he was working on something. I wonder if it was something that has something to do with something. That something being our case, in the last something, I mean. Something like that. Frankly, the whole thing is making my head hurt. What was Mr. Lataus up to? Who's that, Gavin? Trucy, was that another one of your tricks? It wasn't me. I can't even make Mr. Hat laugh like that. Or it's this guy. Wherever the mundane gives way to miracles, the world is whispered Gramarye. Hey, the other day... Who's there? Obama. We didn't just imagine that, did we? He was wearing a silk hat. Friend of yours? Hardly. We meet again. Nice to meet you. Who are you? And could you please stop smirking like that? It's you! Uncle Valent! Uncle Valent? He's your uncle? No, silly. It's the great Gramarye, Valent Gramarye. The Grand Magician! Yes, it is I, the great Valent Gramarye, as seen on television. And could you please stop smirking like that? It's been a while, Miss Trucy. 7 years, to be exact. My, how you've grown. Good to see you again, Uncle Valent. You look exactly the same. I hate to intrude, but what is a great magician doing paying us a visit? I believe it was you who wished to see me. So, be quick with your questions. And do not quail, quake, or quiver. I'm quite tame. Though my stardom may sear the sight, I'm quite down to earth when need calls. He does have a certain aura to him, it's true. Let's ask him about the case, Apollo. His aura sure isn't lost on our magician in the making. She's practically drooling with enthusiasm. After all, Uncle Valent's one of Daddy's best friends. That's why I call him Uncle. What? You mean Mr. Wright? No, I mean my real dad. Oh, so she's adopted by Mr. Wright. That... Okay. Trucy's real father? Yeah, okay, that makes sense. That's why some things didn't add up. Wait, Apollo. Don't tell me you don't know about Truple Gramarye. Gramarye, huh? No. But it does sound kind of familiar. Oh, lost life, limbetimally litless lad. Do not know of the great troop of magicians on the planet. Gramarye. It was a name I'd heard on television as a child. You bet you've heard the name. He made a cruise ship disappear and blew up an amusement park. Oh, and he made all the gold disappear from a safe. And then escaped from a high security prison. Okay, yeah, I'm sorry. This is even... I'm just starting to think even more and more that he did actually kill someone. And Mr. Lataus was it. And it makes sense that Mr. Lataus was, It would make sense why Mr. Lataus was here if he was after him, obviously. You said he's a magician? I opened the locks to hearts chained by mediocrity. This is the true miracle of Troop of Gramarye. Wait. What, Apollo? I do remember seeing you on television. A long time ago. Weren't you with someone else? Like, a duo? A duo? Yeah, you had a partner. Something Gramarye? Yes. Zach Gramarye. A masterful maker of magic. A capable crafter of shining showmanship. Why is everyone so quiet? Daddy? Huh? Oh, no way. Once upon a time, Troop Gramarye included 2 grand magicians. Myself, a valiant Gramarye, and my partner, Zach Gramarye. And this Zach was... He was my real daddy. Trucy's father, a magician? I guess it makes sense. I had no idea. There wasn't much point in talking about it. Not now that he's gone. Oh, I'm sorry. No, it's okay. I'm not lonely. I've got my daddy after all. And you make me laugh, Apollo. Glad that I'm good for comic relief, at least. Not that I see Daddy around much these days. I've been remiss in remembering my reasons for my visit. Reason? 2, in fact. The first being, of course, to see you, Miss Trucy. You don't know how happy I am to see you again, Uncle Valent. I'm sure you are. Not one for modesty, are you? When I encountered you at the Coliseum, the first time in 7 years, I could fain contain my emotions. I wept oceans. And to learn you now defend that poor pianist, that blinded boy. 'Twas a hot topic of talk amongst the staff, you two. And defend him you did. Well, it wasn't all my doing. I'm his defense attorney, actually. My other reason for coming here today was this. That's a videotape? Quite so. A recording of the concert, no less. I brought it up for you, Trucy, on behalf of Troop Gramarye. Will you watch it? The lag again. I mean, yeah, at least I can get a closer look at specifics since, you know, there's lag. It's on the last verse, finally. Wow, it's almost as good as it was live. So, what's the word mysterious, or more mysterious things in her song going on? Way more mysterious. This valiant Grimmer has good reason to be here today, but I wonder what his reasons were to be at the concert. Um, guess I gotta show him stuff. I, me, since he gave us the videotape probably about that. So I was wondering, that stunt in the middle of the song there. I didn't see a stunt. What about Lamore's vanishing and reappearing? Oh, that. I guess I'm so used to seeing that happen I didn't even notice. So young to be jaded. So jaded. A simple sleight of hand of petite prestidigitation and modicium of magic from me to you. So that's why you were at the concert. Yes. I was there to watch my trick take to the air. So you're the one who knows how it was all done? Of course, I am like a deity, with the stage as my domain. I suffer no mystery upon those floodlit boards not grasped tightly twixt in my fingers. It is a potent, primeval power I possess. Well, do you think you could tell me how it was done? Well, I'm most likely assuming that, you know, either, the, that either that, yeah, up on whatever it was, there was actually a box in the middle area thing, and maybe it was connected to the stage, or more likely yeah, it's either that or something, yeah, and like she just went down through and then came up, or something more likely, either one or both of them wasn't actually Lamore. Like it looked like her but wasn't. Hey now, Trucy. That's like totally against the rules, Apollo. Not during a murder investigation, it's not. My none for my illusions are mine alone, monsieur. Also, what? Recall that the terrible occurrence happened later, well after my illusion entranced the audience. Oh. Don't even ask, I won't answer. Too bad for you, Apollo. Whose side are you on? I volunteer Grammar, now make my leave, Miss Crucy. There's no need to rush, Uncle Valent. You should stay a while. I'm afraid I cannot. I may not. I shall not. I have been asked to assist with an analysis, and so I sink back to the scene. So, you'll be at the concert venue today? Correct. If you would call on me, come to the Coliseum. See you later, crocodile. The roll of his cloak and a wink of his eye, he turned and walked out through the door, normally. Well, there you go, Apollo. Let's get cracking. Right, Valent Grammar. I've got a few more things to ask him, foremost among them that bit of magic that made Lamore disappear, and how he knows Trucy and her real father. So think about it, if he actually knows about it, couldn't he have done something similar to get out of the room if he was the murderer? Oh yeah, wait, what am I just doing? Oh yeah, I was going to the Coliseum. I'm assuming on the stage, that would make the most sense. Looks like it. That song. Isn't that the one Lamore was singing? Yeah, you're right. The Guitar Serenade. The Guitar Serenade. Wow, I'd love to do a show on stage like this. I'd come to see that. The house is full, and as one, the audience sighs with wonderment. There I am, singing in my ballet, rose petals swirling through the air. Not bad. Wait, aren't you a magician? Oh, that's right, I was a magician, wasn't I? Some dedication.
Good shit, boy.
Okay, now I can actually continue. Uncle Valent, what exactly are you doing here? I don't feel like reading text right now.
Bye, Snack. Love ya. See you later, okay? Are you still on? Huh?
Just like I said, there's a square there, so that's where she came up from. Yeah, I'll read dialogue once I'm... What the heck? Oh. Yeah, I'll read dialogue once I'm done with my lollipop. So either what's going on um, is the piano, a certain key being hit is opening, a certain key being hit is opening opening a hatch, or a certain key was somehow set up to fire the gun. Don't ask how, I have no idea how. But it's most likely opening a hatch. Well, if that's a switch, it looks like a wireless one, so it definitely seems like definitely possibly seems like that somehow set off the gun. Maybe someone somewhere now. Let me check Gavin's room. Nope. Oh, guess I'm checking Lamore's room. Looks like also nope. Oh yeah. Why don't I accept this? Whoops. Just press it and something would probably happen, because like I said, it probably find a way to frickin' trigger the gun or something. Something would probably happen in this room. Ah! I did not mean to click that. Wait. There's one thing I want to check one more time. Come on, this has to be something. It can't just be here for no reason. It's been lying there since the day before yesterday. Small. Nothing? It has to be there for a reason. Why would it just be there? Oh. This is Lemore. Why don't I ask her about her own trick? Why didn't I think of that earlier? See, why couldn't I... See, why couldn't I just check it earlier? Maybe something will happen now that I have the headset in one of these rooms. Well, the earpiece, but you know what I meant. Nope. Oh. Probably have to present the headset to her first to get more info. Now that I asked her, is there anything going on in any of the rooms now? Probably not. I don't even know why I keep checking. Real. Finally. And that's all you need to know who it is. Oh. There's only one person I know who can munch with such venom. What are you doing here? Hello, Emma. You're looking as grumpy as ever. Oh, am I supposed to be happy? Give me the second degree in court, and Prosecutor Gavin makes me look like a fool. Oh yeah, I should be freaking eating more lollipops so that way I can get to being able to read text sooner. I'm a bingus. Oh? Yes, please. I'm thinking it's the yellow person even more now because one, he's going to point out something was strange about for the piano. Two, why would he frickin' yeah, if it was someone who was actually performing, and they would have like a communicate, they'd notice their communication thing was missing, like if it was someone performing, and well, he wasn't performing, but they said every member of staff, so that means he would too. And also, since it predicted the flying part too, and no one knew about it, that means it had to be someone on staff. Because it, yeah, it means it was either someone on, yeah, it means. It's never hard to chalk it up to coincidence, Oh no, and I found it. You think the same person did all this? Don't ask me, I didn't do it. Neither did I. I couldn't fit through that air vent anyway. What? Y'all think I did it? Sometimes I worry about that girl. They were never in the room. So, what did you find? It's so little, I must have passed over it yesterday. I found it under the sofa. What is it? Part of some device, I think. I haven't a clue what. A bit sticking out from the end looks familiar. I had it examined. And it turns out it's an antenna. Hey! Wait. There's an antenna, huh? There's a switch here. And there's also like a piano thing there. Like a piano shaped thing. That could be representing this. Yeah. Yeah, there's a pretty good chance I was right this entire time, and it what, like, I was right as in, they never even entered the room, and two, as soon as the piano clicked, that the piano somehow fired the gun. So obviously I'd present the switch to her, right? You think you could take a look at this? A small device. Looks like a transmitter. A transmitter? You press the switch here and it sends out a signal. No idea what it's for though. A signal. You mean an electronic signal? What is it, Apollo? Say, Emma, you know that strange object you said you found? Oh, this? Let me try pressing this switch. It's on fire! This device is on fire. Wait. Yeah, because it would be on fire because it would, yeah, either, so no, maybe the 45 caliber isn't actually the weapon. this thing was, because like it also didn't make sense where the gun was because of where he was shot. Like what happened is there's probably gunpowder in there, and then that ignited it, and then yeeted it. Snack code, right? Right here must work like a lighter. It nearly lit me up, that's for sure. Hey, don't look at me like that. I didn't do it on purpose. So yeah, the piano triggering. Yeah, the piano being played, shot him. So wait, that means Tobai technically did kill them, but he wasn't, but he wasn't the one that set it up. He was tricked into killing them. I suppose at least we're getting somewhere with this case. Hey, Apollo, let's ask Emma more about this switch, now that she has some first-hand experience. Okay, but wait, does she know anything about the headset? She probably doesn't know. You think you could take a look at this, Emma? Your rate of tuning is increasing. Better back off before it's too late. What are you trying to do? Burn me alive? Come on, it was just a few sparks. Says you weren't the one holding it. There's enough sparks flying around here just with you two talking. Anyway, now we know what this remote is for, an igniter. Let me see that for a second. Well, this is definitely a little transmitter. The signal's weak, probably only reaches 30 feet. Transmitter, huh? Incidentally, if you look at a cross-section diagram of the stage area, it reaches to here, right? That's 30 feet. Let's see, 30 feet from Lamore's dressing room. Yep. The piano, the frickin' piano was what made the gun shoot. Yeah, because that gun, it wasn't the murder weapon, it belonged to Lataus himself. Yeah, it was his gun. He just had it on him. It seems unlikely anyone would use this on stage. Guess I'd best be getting on with my investigation. We're off to look for more clues elsewhere then. I feel better just knowing what this thing is now. I'll have to look into igniters a bit later. Good luck! I'd like to know a bit more about igniters myself. Yeah, is that just like part of it? Yeah, that's representing a piano, right? Well, yeah. Wait, let me get a closer look. And oh no, if it's just part of the switch, I'm a doofus. But seriously, from a distance, it did look like a wait a minute. Wait. That's like a fuse, right? Yeah, yeah, that triggered. Yeah, that's probably, yeah, like I said, it's probably what triggered the gun, but something seems just a little off about this. Just what? Okay, I think I'm just being an idiot, but isn't this... Here, hopefully this will confirm what I'm thinking for me, hopefully, or something. Oh. I am 97% sure I'm just being an idiot, but what if this is the exhaust pipe of Gavin's car? It looks slightly like an exhaust pipe, only slightly. That's why I said I'm only 97% sure. I mean, that's what... I mean, no, that's why I said I'm 97% sure I'm being an idiot. So, like, is there... What are we supposed to do? Like, go back to the detention center? Never mind. What, come to laugh at the murderer? Darren. That old bag opens her pie hole and wham bam my life goes down the chute. Thanks. They won't let me work while I'm a suspect. Darren isn't in the best mood as he. Not many people are these days, it seems. It is a crime scene, not exactly the happiest place to hang out. And Gavin had to go rub salt in the wound. My alibi's rock solid. Rock solid. Haha, they made the same joke again. So, about your alibi. Oh. Wait. No, wait. Wait, but... I know, they were performing when it happened. Never mind, his alibi is Nobody's stage alibi is valid anymore. Yeah, nobody even has a valid alibi except for Emma. Except for Emma and Apollo, no one has a valid alibi, not even Trucy. You have to ask. The shooting happened right in the middle of the third set. That's right. The music was playing when we heard those gunshots. I found Mr. Little's dead. I've got 10,000 witnesses who saw me, too. Right there on that stage. You should start playing on something else. Thanks, little lady. See? A cool thing to say, and I can't believe they aren't letting me work. There's no need to yell at me. It's Lamore's fault. She was the one who said she heard his voice at the moment of the crime. Oh. The signal was sent. Yeah, but the reason she heard his voice is because the signal, it interfered with, interfered with the speaker and that headset. It interfered with that and it just messed up the signals, and that's why she heard it. They won't let you work? He won't let me work. Gavin says I gotta lie low till a suspicion is cleared. What's suspicion? He can't be such a stick in the mud. Sir Gavin, a stick in the mud? He may look all flashy and showy, but he's as straight as an arrow, man. Except when he's depressed. You hear him whining the other day? Oh, you mean that thing with the mixing board? And then there was that performance just now. What was all that about? Your part is off. What is that? Second car. Ah. It was you, Darren. Not... He missed the cue because he needed a way to trigger the piano. He had a way to trigger he needed time to trigger the piano, which he had because... Yep, I'm 100% sure he's the killer. I don't think this is gonna go a third day, because there's no way we need any more evidence. And, well, we already have enough evidence now. Screw it, we don't need any more info. We have enough already. Yeah. Oh, him? He's down at the prosecutor's office, most likely. Prosecutor's office? I've never been there, or have I? The data on the victim should have come from the Interpol. Normally, I'd be down there dealing with it. Normally. Apollo, let's go check it out. I've always wanted to see prosecutor's office. Maybe that's not such a bad idea. Right on. Say hi for me, okay? Oh, and screw you. Okay, Mr. Murderer. And tell him I went into that crime scene. We'll be going now. Hey, wait. Yes? What do you really think happened, really? You don't think I did it, right? Well, yeah, because you did. Great. We still got some confidence. I can remember, I was ripping it up on stage when it happened, okay? Ripping. Yeah, but just the fact that you were up on stage, literally, the fact that you were up on stage actually makes your alibi even weaker. Yeah, you being on stage doesn't only make your alibi non-existent, it automatically makes you go straight to a suspect. Don't even get led astray by some siren song, eh? Get this one wrong and you'll be eating humble pie for a year. I'll bake it myself. Well, okay, I won't be getting it wrong then, because I know who did it. So, this is it. The Gavineer's head office. It's not the band's office, it's the prosecutor's office. Yeah, so that's why I'm asking, what is this creepy thing, object, whatever? Looks like Prosecutor Gavin is on the phone. Oh, well, guess we'll have to come back. Or we can hide behind that bookshelf real quiet like. That's eavesdropping. Why? We'd just be waiting quietly so he didn't notice. What if we heard something scandalous about the band? You'd make a good reporter for a gossip mag. What? A replica? So why was he after it in the first place? Yeah, Lathouse. Lathouse? Look, don't talk to me about those Virginians, okay? Just give me that report, chop chop. And stop leaving mysterious objects in my office, okay? Penalties when I start to miss Darren. Huh? Hiya. Hehe. Just thought we'd drop in. Hope you're not mad. How could I be? There's not enough tee-hee in the world in any case. Have a seat. Prosecutor Gavin, the philanthropist. Watch and learn, Apollo. So, who have you come to see? Huh? Javier, lead vocalist for the Gavineers? Or Prosecutor Gavin, Scrooge of the courtroom? What do you think he means, Apollo? I think he's giving us a choice. We can either ask him about the concert, or the case. Which way to go? They're this is related to the case, though. Ah, that reminds me. Did you see that paper today? Yes. I always read the TV section. Good girl. How about you, her forehead? I read the funnies. You will not have seen this. Concert of Tragedy, the prosecutor's deadly song. Ooh, is that a new show? I haven't heard about that one. It's not a show. It's an article. News, you know? Oh, does this have anything to do with the case? Since getting back from trial, my phone's been ringing off the hook. How does it feel to take a man's life with a song? Have you ever hummed a man all the way to death row? Do you think you could sing for me over the phone? It's endless, endless, thanks to the case you made today, of course. Oh, that was all Apollo's idea. Hey. Is that a newspaper over there, too? Ah, yes, the Virginian Daily Bungle. Go ahead, take a look. Thanks, but I can't read Virginian. Oh, that's right. Suffice it to say, this is big news over there as well. Though they didn't go so far as to mention the lyrics to my song. Probably no one in Virginia could believe it. It's probably seen as just a theory at this point. The journalists didn't see the need to mention it. That makes sense. I hardly know what to think of it myself. The Moore's testimony will probably be in the evening edition, I'd imagine. Which is why I've had Darren step down from the investigation for now. Yeah, we ran into him moping in front of the Coliseum. But Moore was my invited guest, so it's a rather delicate situation. You understand how much I want to solve this case, quickly, if possible. Yeah, well, I think both of us here already know who did it. I'm pretty sure, yeah, Wait, no. Well, it honestly just depends. Did he, it honestly depends if, yeah, if he actually noticed the receiver, if he probably didn't notice the receiver or the igniter, so he probably doesn't know, but he'll probably figure it out sometime during the trial, or even just right before it somehow. Prosecutor Gavin, about this remote. Wait, excuse me, did you say something? This remote control might be valuable ammunition for the trial tomorrow. It's too early to show my hand now. You'd think someone with such a loud voice would speak more clearly, yeah? Yeah, I was thinking that, but, like, I was thinking it wouldn't be a good idea to show him, but knowing this game, I just thought maybe it'd be required to, like, to actually frick things up. My apologies, but there's no way I'm going to talk details about the case with you. If you want to get my attention, bring me something dramatic. I'm not here to get your attention, Gavin. I'm here to get your information. That looks like one of our tour issue headsets. Why are you wearing it, Fräulein? I thought it'd be cool. I could pretend I was concert security and stuff. Actually, we found it at the venue and thought you might want it. Oh no, please, you keep it. It goes well with your cape, Fräulein. You think? She does look like she belongs on a stage, that's for sure. My college, but there's no... Okay, well, time to check everything. First of all, what the heck is this? Look at all the guitars. Why so many? Oh, I was trying to check whatever that thing upright of the guitars. You never have too many guitars. They're like my lovers. I didn't just hear him say that. They're backup guitars, Apollo. Don't you know anything? Well, yeah, it's pretty obvious they're backup guitars, especially considering, you know, something on the table right there. Rock and rollers always smash their guitars at the end of a show. No wonder it's so hard to make it as a musician. You know what? You should try rocking a little, Apollo. And breaking his guitars while he watches? That might be a little too rocking. Of course, I would never do such a thing. Did I not say they are like my lovers? Do I see them like the kind of... Do I seem like the kind of man who would do such a thing to the ones he loves? No, no, not at all. I mean, you're Mr. Gavin, upstanding prosecutor. What happened to Prosecutor Gavin, God of Rock? Okay, there's this thing. What's wrong, Apollo? You look confused. I was just wondering where the work chair in this office was. You're looking at my favorite chair right now. That's the massage chair, isn't it? That's an normatic adjustable office. I have the ones with the vibrating rollers on your back. Those feel great. Did I say something wrong? No, I merely realized the futility of an explanation. What's that on the plate? What? Oh, this? I was trying to examine that guitar. Is that gum? Gum? Maybe he was chewing it when the phone rang? So he put it on the plate for later consumption? You'd think a rock star could afford a fresh stick. Nah, most likely evidence for something, because look, why would you put gum in a jar like that? Why would you preserve something like that unless it was like evidence for something? Don't jump to any conclusions now. That's no chewing gum. Take a closer look. Although I really shouldn't be offering, should I? What is that? It looks like a lump of plastic. Wait, that phone call. Yeah, so that's why I'm asking. What is this creepy thing? Object, whatever. That's like putty, right? But the thing is, it isn't like... Yeah, can't like fire... Yeah, can't fire like make putty? Yeah, like a lighter or something that it could be used to make putty, so that... Yep. That explains with this already. Well, not completely, but it's... What, a replica? So why was he after it in the first place? Yeah, Lathouse. Oh, no, something Lathouse was after. It wasn't... Huh? Prosecutor Gavin, does this have something to do with Mr. Lathouse? Wait a second. You were listening to my phone call, weren't you? Who, us? I tried to stop him, really, but he forced me to. Hey, you're the one digging for a scandal, Mr. Porter. To tell the truth, I'm not even sure what it is. But apparently, it's a model of something undercover agent Mr. Lathouse was after. This lump? Would you mind telling us what you know about it? Oh yeah, wait, oh no, I tried checking that, but it checked that. I didn't check the burnt guitar, did I? That was an impressive bit of pyrotechnics that did this. That's the guitar from the concert, isn't? How did it take me this long to realize? The piano might have activated the gun. That I am actually not so sure of now. All I know for sure now is that the piano definitely lit the guitar on fire. I thought I was going to the staff playing a gag on me. I never guessed that wasn't the end of it. I had a specialist analyze the guitar, incidentally. Oh, did you find anything out? He didn't have a lot of time, so it's still unclear. But the results he came up with were intriguing. Intriguing? How does that guitar tie into everything that went on? Sounds like something we should ask about. Yeah, we should ask about arson. Arson! 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 Arson moment. Oh, what? I didn't talk about this yet? I really love that song. It had such a great atmosphere to it. You co-wrote it with Lamore, if I remember correctly. That's right, it was last year. I'd gone to tour Virginia's legal system, as a matter of fact. And that's when you heard Lamore's voice? It was at a small jazz club. I wept that night. I knew I had to meet her to talk with her. So I used my influence, which is not inconsiderable, to arrange a meeting. Wow, prosecutors really have a lot of... Wow. Do you or have stupid? I think he's sort of a special case, Trucy. Thankfully, she liked the work I did, and we wrote a song right there, backstage. Maxie on piano, that dulcet voice, and myself on guitar that I borrowed from Lamore. And music history was made! Probably not an experience your average lawyer would ever have, like Apollo, say. It is a memory I hold dear, and the song we wrote that night was this. And that very guitar right over there. You mean this charred lump? Don't call it a lump, that's a piece of history. And it's only browned, not really charred. No matter, I shall never sing that song again. I wouldn't have used that guitar again either, even if I could have. What happened during that song, anyway? Why did his guitar suddenly Because the goddamn igniter, you nut sniffer arm! Do you think you could show it to us? Your charred, slightly burnt guitar? I'm sure he doesn't mind. What more could happen to it? It was a beautiful instrument. It was played lovingly for many years. A guitar befitting of a woman like Lamore. How did it end up here? She gave it to me. I mentioned how much I enjoyed playing it that night, and she made a present of it. This guitar is from Virginia? That is it. We couldn't carry it on the plane. Changing in air pressure and humidity ruined the wood. So, we vacuum packed it in Lamore's studio. A special shipping service available to me for transporting evidence. They brought it right up to my office for me. Pristine and untouched. See, prosecutors do have a lot of clout. I still think he's a special case. Such a valuable guitar. It's too bad it got burned. What was it that you were saying earlier? Something about intriguing results from an examination on the guitar? That's right, what was that all about? Well, you know how guitars have a round hole in the front? It's called the sound hole. Ah, so that's what it's called. Well, that's obviously where the fire started, because whenever you look at the video, it was so it was so laggy that I saw that it actually, like a few, a sentence, or either, a decent amount of sentences before it caught fire, you could actually see the fire in there. You could see a fire flicker from the inside, but then later it flickered again and then just got bigger. Well, they found something attached to the wood just inside the hole. A broken device of some sort. A broken device? Yes. This, in fact. There's one... So, I was right. It both set the guitar on fire and both shot the person. Wait, no. Because, yeah, those happened on different performances. Thinking. The examiner is busy with evidence for the case now, however, so he'll be checking this out once he's finished with everything else. Odd. That device looks strangely familiar. This was found in Mr. Littauss's bag. It's apparently a replica of something. A replica? It's just a small lump about an inch and a half long. We analyzed it, but there's not much to say other than it's a lump of plastic. Burnt plastic from... Yeah, lump of plastic because, well, burnt plastic that is cold. That's probably what stopped the igniter from igniting the first time. I mean, the igniter that shot the gun the first time. You mean whatever Mr. Littauss was after? That seemed to be the most logical explanation. Well, what is it? Don't ask me, Fräulein. Oh? If you don't want to tell us, you could just say so. I've put in a request to Interpol via my contacts in Virginia. But apparently there is a block on information somewhere along the chain. Oh? There's something either Interpol or Virginia doesn't want to share. Something about this little piece of plastic. Mr. Littauss went through all that trouble to become Lemoore's manager. Just to come to this country to find out more about this lump, and he died for it. I've sent someone to the Coliseum to fetch Lemoore. Perhaps he knows something about it, being a Virginian. Wait. I could probably tell him about the igniter since there is one in his guitar too, right? It has to be one of these. What is it, Apollo? That device that was found in your guitar. Take a look at this. Why, that looks like the same thing. What is it? It's an igniter. Another one? It was at the crime scene in Lemoore's dressing room. Detective Sky found it, actually. At the scene of the crime? What could that mean? I wonder. I believe that covers everything I'm at liberty to talk to you about. Oh, thanks for dropping by, Herr Forehead. Thanks? Why, you gave me so much information. That igniter, for instance. Oh, that. I've never met an attorney so forthcoming with the prosecution. It's a big help. Or perhaps you're just a tad naive, I guess I could have hit it, but somehow showing it felt like the right thing. I could say the same to you, Prosecutor Gavin. Thanks for the information about the, strange lump of plastic, the one that Mr. Littauss was investigating. Hey, that's right. I've been thinking, Herr Forehead. We encountered many incidents in our lives, all of us, not all of them simple. Especially not the ones where people are killing to song lyrics. That is why I try at least to remain simple inside, and I keep a simple goal, to discover the truth. That's why I like to keep relations civil, ja? That is all. I can live with that. Mr. Prosecutor? Fräulein? Can I ask you why you sing in a band? Ah, because I want women to turn and look when I walk down the streets. That's pretty simple, too. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got work to do. Another time, perhaps. So that's his whole reason! I'm I'm gonna check the piano again. Oh, oh no, it's probably just Darren being gone. Or it's Emma. Gee, you came at a good time. Hello there, Emma. What's up? Either of you know where Lamore is? Well, I saw her in the backstage hallway a while ago. Yeah, that's strange. What's strange? I can't find her anywhere. I was supposed to bring her to the prosecutor's office. Lamore's Is it actually gonna be a double murder this time and not someone just passed out? It's hard to imagine her wandering off somewhere on her own. Being that she's blind and all. Yeah, well, I'll just help you look for her. Great, thanks. Yeah, it's just saying that Emma isn't here now. This place is deserted. I wonder where Lamore went off to. I'm sure she's okay on her own. She seems no, Lamore was here. Alright, I'll check Gavin's room. Nope. She wouldn't be in her own room because Emma would have found her if that was the case. I don't like that the screen's blank. Huh? The stage is pitch dark. Power breaker must be off for this section. Great. I'll go get someone. Yikes, it was really dark out there. Dark. That's all Lamore has when you think about it. What would it be like to live in a world of darkness? Hey, Apollo? Huh, what? Doesn't something about this stage seem different to you? Like something's changed? Changed? I can't put my finger on it, but it's bugging me. Now it's bugging me too. What's he talking about? What, is it this thing? Again? I still can't believe we found Moxie and Mr. Lataus up on top of that tower. Yeah, I used to not like high places. Now I hate them. It's not like it would have been nicer if we found a dead body closer to the ground. Oh. What's different here? Is it the piano? Oh! I see it. No, it wasn't Yeah, I was thrown in there after the second set. Oh! It makes sense why the why the igniter in the room didn't go off. It's simple. Darren wasn't up here for the second set, right? If he wasn't up here, he probably wasn't up. He's probably over in the other area, not the yeah, not in the back area, because yeah, we know he wasn't in the back area for the oh wait, no, he could have been, but he probably wasn't, because if he was and he hit the igniter, what would have happened is it would have activated both of them. But he went far enough away. Only the one in Gavin's guitar was in range. The one back in the other room, the one that shot off the gun, was not in range. Then afterwards, yeah, after that performance, he slipped it into the piano because he knew it wouldn't be used for the third performance. He was up there. He missed his cue, and then went and hit the piano, made it made it seem like an accident, and then, well, the rest was history. He got shot. We heard gunshots. 2 of them. Why? Probably it was set up so the first one would shoot. He would hear a noise, and then he would he'd look over at whatever happened, and then that would like get him in the way of the next shot. Maybe, I don't know why there were 2 shots, but either way, this is what's different. This is closed, and there's something sticking out. Wasn't that open before? Huh? I guess someone closed it. Wait, look where the case closes. something sticking out. That doesn't look like an instrument. You don't think it's... Let's open it, Apollo. What the... Okay, so... First I was like, it's a double murder. Oh wait, no, it's... I was like, no, before the case, like, during either the case before... Yeah, the case before this, I was like, there hasn't been a double murder yet. The next case, I'm like, oh, okay, murder. Wait, a double murder? Oh, never mind, he was just passed out. Never mind, it was a double murder. Emma, we have to get Emma. Lamore was taken directly to the hospital. Emma ran around barking orders, making phone calls. Lucy just clung to my arm and cried. And me? I was still in shock. 2 bodies in 2 days is too many. 2 bodies, 2 days, too many. Emma, how's Lamore? Is she okay? Ah, you. Well, we all owe you a big thanks, that's for sure. So, she's okay? Yes, she came to us. Okay, so when you think about it, there technically could have been 3 victims, yet there were... Yeah, so there were 2 attempted victims and only 1 actual victim. But so it was a triple it was a attempted triple murder, but ended up being a single murder. That. Okay, I think I know exactly why. Darren's an idiot. He just further implicated himself by attacking Lamore, because obviously she can't testify now. So yeah, he was just a dingus. That just makes him even more of a suspect. It's definitely him for sure. Wait, this place isn't... Oh, I was gonna say, isn't this the Hoggy Clinic? But then I realized, wait, no, just because they use the same background, it isn't the case, because they did that the same with the Hickfield Clinic. So this is either the Hoggy Clinic or the Hickfield Clinic. We don't know. But they hit her on the forehead, right? That's right in front of her. How could she not see? Oh. Right. Would you like to see her now? Is that alright? She wants to thank you for saving her life. Well, we can see her, but she can't us. Lamore. Mr. Attorney, you were the one who found me? Thank you from the bottom of my heart. I'm just glad you're okay. Tell me, what happened? She has no idea, but she's blind, bingus. It was after I spoke with you in front of the dressing room. I sensed someone approaching. I thought it might be someone come to see me, but they said nothing. When I went to return to my dressing room... You were hit? I knew, that very moment, I knew. The assailant was trying to kill me. Ugh! It was lucky for me the first blow did not knock me out. I turned and ran for the stage. Someone was chasing me. I could hear footsteps. Yeah, I reached the stage first. Why the stage? I had overheard maintenance people talking. The power to the stage area was off, they said, for electrical work. Ah! Darkness is my ally. There was a contraband case near the stage. That is where I hid. So the assailant couldn't see you. Once in the case, I'm afraid I passed out. Oh! That's actually some big brain crap right there. Wow, that sounds like a really close call. Do you have any idea who it might have been? Unfortunately, no. Whoever it was, they said not a word. Too bad. Yet, when I consider that I was struck high on the forehead, I must conclude that whoever hit me was taller than I am. Haha! Yep, we 100%... Yep! GG. GG, we definitely do not need another day after this. Cause it's obvious. Well, didn't I say it was him like the second I first saw him or something? I mean, didn't I say that with basically everyone though? Well, either way, it's definitely him. I got it all figured out already. Except for the plastic thing that he was after. So that means it was likely an adult, and probably a man. Could it be him? But why would anyone attack you, Lamore? I already said why! It's obvious. The detective asked me this, too. And to her, I gave the same answer I give you. I do not know. Well, I know why someone would. Oh yeah, I have to present to her the weird frickin' plastic thingy. Ah, Lemore, I wanted to ask you about this. You know what this is? This... this is what? Silverhouse was carrying it. It's a replica of the thing he was after. He was after? You know, in his secret identity as an undercover agent? So that's what he was doing. You mean, you know what? Yes, I know, of course. This must be a Borginian cocoon. Or rather, a convincing replica thereof. Why haven't I heard of Borginian cocoon before? Why would he be carrying this around? Was it some kind of souvenir? I wonder. So is she gonna tell me about it, or... Yep. Well, they call it Borginian. It must only be found in Borginia. For certain, all in Borginia know of these. It's a cocoon, so do you get silk from it? I do not know the details, I'm sorry to say. I thought she said all in Borginia knew of these. There's one fact I do know about the cocoon, though. Something all in Borginia know. What's that? The cocoons, they are not to be taken out of the country. If someone does, and is caught, they will be put to death. Okay, yep. Yep, Darren 100% has a motive now. To death? Why? I do not know. Yet, if Interpol was involved, I'm sure there is a good reason. But this is just a piece of plastic. He was carrying a replica, but looking for the real deal. That's my best guess. So that's what he was up to. Tracking down Borginian cocoon smuggling. Smuggling... arson... It seems that was marked. Life changed for me with the popularity of my songs. I began to travel around the world. Ah, so you could have brought those Borginian cocoons with you. On my trips, yes. That was probably the suspicion. And Mr. Latals was placed like an undercover agent to look into it? Virginia is a small, sheltered country. Not many of our people venture into the world outside. Is that why they suspected you? But Mr. Latals wasn't a Borginian, was he? He was an Interpol agent, which means... What, Apollo? There must be some reason why Borginia doesn't want those cocoons getting out. Something scary enough to get Interpol involved. Huh? Like what? How could such a tiny ball of thread cause such a commotion? Cocoon smuggling. And Mr. Latals had Lemore marked. It couldn't be her. Huh? There's one other person I need to talk to. Thank you for talking to us, Lemore. It was the least I could do. Actually, I have another request. If it is within my power, I need an interpreter, someone who speaks Borginian. Apollo? Would you come with us if you're well enough? I see. Yes, of course. I shall accompany you. Huh? Where are we going? Come on, Cersei. We're about to get to the bottom of this. Heading to the detention center to talk to frickin' you-know-who. I thought he'd be talking to Darren, though, but... Oh! Talking about the cocoon smuggling. He is the cocoon smuggler, isn't he? Or something? No, but then I don't know what Darren's motive would be. Well, either way, it was definitely Darren. But now this guy, now frickin' he hasn't even... Now he actually has a motive. Nucky. Did you interpret for us, Lemore? Yes. Maki, I'd like to talk to you about when we first met. When we still thought you were blind. Now we know the truth. You can see, right? I was completely fooled myself. Maki, isn't there another secret you're hiding from us? Wait, Mr. Attorney, what do you mean by secret? What do I mean by secret? Well, it's that he definitely knows English because he reacted to what we just said. Either that or the cocoon smuggling. If I'm not mistaken, you know something about this, don't you? Hey, you got a reaction. A big one. Machi, you didn't... Sushi and I are trained to see people's uncertainty. Not that we would have needed any training to see that one. Mr. Attorney, please tell me what this is all about. Lamore, please interpret. Very well. I know you know something about this by your reaction. If you won't tell me, I might have to give it to the prosecution. And have them look into it. He asks you to wait. Do not be so hasty. But Machi? Do you know everything? Yes, everything. Well, sort of. Have him tell us about it. Very well. What is this cocoon anyway? The cocoon, the silk, is a potent cure. A cure? It must cure some disease. It's a cure for incuritis. A cure for incuritis? But if it's a cure, why keep it in Virginia like that? Just think of all the lives they could save by sharing the medicine, which is exactly why someone would smuggle it. I do not understand the reasons by myself. Okay, well, at least we know what it is, a cure. And Mr. Latalis was after cocoon smugglers. Wait, was Machi... Machi, you weren't... He couldn't be a smuggler, he's so little. Well, you're only 15 and you're sort of a magician, aren't you? Well, that's true. I am sort of a magician. He said sort of. Oh, they have a copy of that security camera tape. Well, Machi, are you a smuggler? He won't tell me. First he plays blind, now he plays dumb. I wonder, do you think he brought a cocoon here to sell it to someone? If Machi really did bring one into the country, was he planning on making a deal for its sale? I can't go home. Can't go home? I can't go home to Virginia. I do not want to go home. The penalty for taking a cocoon from Virginia is death. That's right, it's punishable by death. About the case? What about the case? He wants to tell us about Mr. Latouse's death? This meeting's over. Darren? What do you mean? Visiting hours aren't over yet. There's a call for Machi from the Virginian embassy. This meeting is over. Sorry. Just give us 5 more minutes. We can call them back after that. Sorry, no good. Come on, piano boy. We're leaving. Darren, wait! I never liked you either. I never liked either of you. Darn it! We were so close. He was about to tell us. How much you want to bet he was eavesdropping, and he just said that just to get Darren away, because he knew he was going to say he was planning on selling it to Darren or something like that. Which was... Yep, that's how it all connects. Hey, Apollo? Didn't want us to hear what Machi had to say. Apollo! And there can only be one reason why. Why is everyone ignoring me? Oh, sorry. This is it. I know who I'm after now. I've known for a while! It all happens tomorrow in court. I've known for a while who it was. I've known for a long time who it was. Well, this is it. Today's the day. It all goes down. There's multiple pieces of evidence I didn't even need to... Yeah, there's multiple pieces of evidence I didn't even need to know who did it. I figured it out after... After I got this, I knew it was possible. But it was 100% confirmed once I learned about the igniter. Yeah, I knew it was possible from this, and then I knew it was 100% confirmed from the other part. And then there was yesterday. This meeting is over. Sorry. Just give us 5 more minutes. We can call him back after that. Sorry. No good. Come on, piano boy. We're leaving. Darian, wait. I never liked you, either of you. Huh? Darn it, we were so close. He was about to tell us. Why is it that everyone related to Gavin is a murderer? Gavin's brother, Gavin, is a murderer. This guy, which is in his band, is a murderer. Why is everyone Gavin know a murderer? And I think I know why. Time to bring down a little justice. Again? He is heard but unseen. Who's that talking? Valent Gremrier. Using the door like an average muggle, no less. You aren't the witness today, are you, Uncle Valent? A preposterous proposition. How could I stand to the stand upon the stand? Why, my secret would be free for the plucking. I might even have to sign autographs. That is why I intend to remain hidden for the entire day. Ooh, with vanishing magic? Indeed! I will jump upon an express train and express myself to the next town over. But before I go, a word of warning. Warning? What? A grand glimmer resides at the root of all that has happened. Do not forget its truth. A glamour? A spell, a sorcery, a great illusion. Its truth is though things need to part so. I need to get in line for a ticket. Farewell. I thought that was a gunshot. And there he goes. He sure seemed happy about that illusion thing. Oh, big illusions are the bread and butter of a magician. You can't pull off a show without one. The big illusion is always a spectacle to remember. Usually it involves cutting up things like people or elephants, or the Eiffel Tower. Anything, really. So he was talking about what we saw at the concert. The Warren's disappearing act, and Prosecutor Gavin's exploding guitar. I wonder what he meant by it being at the root of all that has happened. Because I'm not wondering, because I already know. I've solved everything in this case already, using my 2 brain cells. Wait, what are brain cells? I don't... Oh. Wait, I probably don't... Oh yeah, I don't exist. I wouldn't have any. Yes? The scheduled starting time for the trial has been changed. The trial will not be commencing until 10:30 a.m. Sorry for the inconvenience. Huh? Did something happen? This is a first. It was by the judge's request. Some urgent personal business. Great, I bet he stayed up too late last night watching courtroom dramas. Apparently, he's visiting the hospital again. The hospital? I believe it was mentioned that the Chief Justice's son is unwell. Apparently, his condition worsened considerably this morning. The Chief Justice's son. Oh, that's right. Remember yesterday morning? The judge said he had to go visit him after the trial. There's an article about it in the newspaper, if you care to read about it yourself. And curate it. Okay. Okay. Incurated syndrome, first case in country. You're not telling me there's no way the judge didn't smuggle it, right? I'll let you read that article for us, Apollo. Just leave the TV guide page to me. Try not to lose the page with the funnies if you can. Yeah, I don't even have to read the rest of it. I already know immediately what's going on. Court is now in session for the trial of, how do you say this name again? Machi Tobe, our suspect for Tamiso. Right. It's his trial, in any case. The defense is prepared, Your Honor. And we know who the prosecution is ready to rock. Rock, as in... rock... and... removed from the courtroom for being a dumbass? I have no idea where I was going with that joke. I was gonna somehow tie it into me already knowing who it was, but that went badly. Honestly, I could get hours of content if I made a compilation of me being a dumbass. Wait, no, that'd just be a video. That'd just be a video that has every video in stream compiled into one thing, though. No, well, yes. It's just I've been friends with the Chief Justice since we were students. It pains me to see him going through such a difficult time. And curitis, was it? The article said there's no known cure. Bullshit. Judge, let me say, with all honesty, I feel your pain. But now is not the time for tears. Now is the time for law. Indeed. We left off at quite the juncture yesterday. As Interpol about that number. Yeah, the reason she heard his voice, even though he never entered, was because of his headset that was there on the ground, and like him setting off the igniter thingy that messed with the signal. Yeah, it messed with the signals and crap. Also, yeah, just look at the way he was reacting once he said that. Quite a sensational ending. Who would have thought Darren would guest star in this season cliffhanger as a suspect? He's gonna be more than a suspect by the end. Please tell the court your findings. Darren Crescent is a member of my band, the Gavineers. He is also a detective, making the current charges serious indeed. Yet, after investigation, I have found no cause to alter our case or file new charges. And your reason is? Want you to wear her forehead? He has an impeccable alibi. Oh, little do you know that alibi is exactly what makes him a suspect. Let's review the facts again, shall we? The concert held on the night of the shooting was in 3 sets. The Gavineers ripped up the stage during the first set. For the second set, our guest took center stage. Or, your mom got him. The only performers appearing were myself, Lamore, and Machi, along with the drummer and bassist, for a total of 5. The shooting in the dressing room, however, took place during the third set. Lamore and the defendant, Machi Tobe, had left the stage at that point, and the Gavineers were already rocking. You see, that's what the thing is. That straight up proves their innocence because they didn't have a way to, and it straight up proves everyone on the stage is a suspect. It's when 2 shots rang out at the scene of the crime. Shots heard by Detective Emma Sky, mind you. And Apollo, you heard them too, right? I sure did. Furthermore, Lamore herself witnessed the moment of the crime. Well, perhaps I should say, she heard the moment of the crime. When she claims to have heard Mr. Littleson and Detective Crescent talking. But that's impossible. Detective Crescent was. Precisely. Detective Crescent was on stage getting his groove on, no less. Voila. Voila. A perfect alibi. Does the defense have anything to add to this? Oh, yes, I do. True, when I heard those gunshots, he must have been on stage. Still, there's something here that doesn't quite add up. It appears the defense has no objections. I believe we can safely say that Darren Crescent's alibi has been acknowledged. No! No! No, we can't! No! 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 I've had an objection since yeah, I already know. No, it's not. It's not airtight. No, how can I rely on her testimony? No, wait, yes, you finally realize that. Holy crap. Yeah, exactly. I know already. Let me get through the text. I already know how everything went down. Yeah. I could type out like a 7-paragraph essay on how it went down right now. Very well, the court finds the defendant, or what's his name again? Your Honor? No, that wasn't it. It was something like McReese or Mr. Justice. Yes, his name is Objection. Your Honor, before you declare a verdict, I would like to call another witness. Exactly who else do you need to hear from? A witness who, until now, has not been given a chance to speak in this court. Because he doesn't speak English. You don't mean... I do. The defense calls defendant Machai Tobe to the stand. What? But he doesn't speak English. Well, use an interpreter. Interpreter? I'm afraid you'll have to look elsewhere. I only speak a few phrases, such as, I love you and, where is the toilet? The defense would like to request Lamore as the interpreter. Lamore? But there's a possibility she's protecting the defendant. But she'd be interpreting for the defendant. Why would she lie? This is most unusual. Bravo, Vored. Judge, the prosecution agrees with the defense's request. I already know what's going on, just... It's a little more large, I'll be able to tell. Even my limited knowledge of the language should be enough for that. Well, if both prosecution and defense are for this, I see little cause for refusal. Finally, some There's been... Frickin' I am having a stroke over this. Your name to begin with. If you what? His name is stupid person. That's the defendant. He's not frickin' Filed what, Your Honor? Would what? You called the defendant to the stand, did you not? What would you have him testify about? What do I want him to testify about? Ugh, I hadn't thought that far. Well, maybe you could have thought about something else, like who the killer is, or maybe the fact that they never entered the room. Excuse me a moment, if I might speak. Yes, Lamore? Just now, Monty said there is something about which he wishes to testify. Monty wants to testify about something? What could it be? What sort of testimony is he talking about? One moment, please. Ah, the suspense is killing me. What? What? It's obvious, isn't it? Well, Lamore? According to Monty, he has proof of his innocence. What? This is a surprise. Yahoo! Victory, Paula, we did it! This is sounding too good to believe, and I know what that usually means. Well, if that's true, then this is vital testimony. Lamore, I mean Machi, please testify to the court. Very well. Ooh, I just realized something. Whenever we perceive, we'll have to look between both of them because we don't know which one of them. Because it could be Lamore saying something. Yet Lamore could be saying something about. Lamore could be saying something else that Machi, besides what Machi said, and Machi could just be saying something. He said that word of Mr. Latouche's death came as a great shock. But if the killing truly followed the lyrics of my song, I, that is he, could not have done it. He says that because the lyrics are in English and he does not understand them. Well, yeah, that was obvious. I was gonna, like, the only reason I didn't mention it from the start is because aren't there other ways he could have known about it, like, you know? Oh wait, no, he wouldn't understand what they meant. Oh. He wouldn't have understood the English lyrics of the song. That would prevent him from following them so closely. I wonder what he meant by proof. Why, he would only have to ask Lamore to know the meaning of that song. Yeah, that's what I've been meaning. Like, I knew there was other ways. I did tell him generally what the song was about, but never in so much detail, and he never asked. As my oft-repeated warning already fled that forehead, Lamore might be protecting the witness. Well, anyway, let us proceed with the cross-examination. Mr. Justice, if you would. Yes, Your Honor. Something's hidden in that testimony. I know it. I'll just have to trust my bracelet to tell me where. It worked yesterday. It'll work today. Clearly, he actually does speak English because he reacted to things. Like, he started talking back and reacting to things before Lamore even said anything. Like, sometimes, like, immediately after. I didn't mean to hit perceive so early. I'm just gonna do that and then look around, because I know it has to be during this part. Right? There's nowhere else it could be, right? I don't see her swallowing, but I don't see her mouth moving, so could it be that again? Like Lamore, or... Maki? You're not telling us the entire truth. I can see it as clear as day. Perhaps my interpretation is at fault. Now he says I have no idea what you're talking about. Paulo, neither of them looks uncertain at all. Lamore, it is not your interpretation that is to blame here. It is the lack of anything resembling intelligence in that wide forehead you see. You don't have to interpret that for him. Looks like I pointed at the wrong spot. Well, it has to be this part, because he clearly does understand English. Maybe it's the R in English part, not that he does not understand them. His eyes. Frickin' knew it. Maki? You can't fool my eyes. You glanced towards her the very moment Lamore said the word English. Why? And don't bother interpreting that. He's understanding me. Maki, tell the truth. You can understand English, can't you? But what are you saying? Of course he can't. Must he continue this charade? Mr. Justice, Maki says this. I know the word English. Huh? Before coming to this country, he heard me speaking English. He learned the name for this language, that is all. What? Give me a break. Is that such an unusual word to understand? Do you know Espanol, for instance? Well, yeah, but... I'm sorry, but he clearly does not understand your language. Well, then explain this. How does he know the crime followed the lyrics? Have you always been such a suspicious-minded lad? It's simple, so simple it hardly requires an explanation. He read about it in the newspaper. The newspaper? The Virginian Daily Bugle. You can buy it in the country these days. Oh, nope, but it didn't say anything about that. I was right. What is wrong, Mr. Justice? Your eyes, they are quite fierce all of a sudden. Maki is lying. Maybe it's time to show them proof that he's lying. I have here a Virginia newspaper, the Virginia Daily Bugle, as a matter of fact. Indeed, there's a feature article about the case. Could you read this for me, Mochi? That's right. It doesn't mention the lyrics. What is this all about? I'm sorry, Mochi. You couldn't have read about the lyrics in a Virginia newspaper. What does this mean? But I don't see how it's possible. I know. He must have heard the lyrics when the police were doing their questioning. Yes. Not possible. The subject of the lyrics was not brought up in police questioning. I read the full report myself. So, the lyrics weren't in the newspaper and the police didn't mention them. The only place you could have heard them was in this courtroom. In English, no less. The witness will explain herself, or himself. Moxie says, yes? It is true, I read the newspaper, but this is not where I learned of the lyrics. I was mistaken. Now, Lemore's lying. I saw her, like, shake some, right? Now I remember. You remember? I think, at least. He says he heard of the lyrics from me. What? Is this true, Lemore? Yes, I'm afraid I had forgotten it myself. And it looks like her forehead's been jumping to conclusions again. It seems so, yes. No. No? I was on to something. I know it. I can't let this chance slip away. Time is an issue today, Mr. Justice. Are you finished with the cross-examination? What are you going to do, Apollo? If I'm going to keep on cross-examining, I better have an angle of attack. Or else. My bracelet's still reacting. Your Honor, please allow me to continue. If you must, you must. Very well. Witness? I understand. Yeah, it's Lemore saying something else different this time, right? Yeah, it's Lemore doing something. Called it. The way she reacted earlier, she like shocked some. Lemore, I'm currently cross-examining Moxie. Why should you be uncertain? Me? Uncertain? Yes, you swallowed the very moment you told the court. It was I who explained. I see there's little point in trying to hide anything from you. Lemore, are you indeed protecting someone? That is not a question with a simple answer. To tell the truth, I do not believe it myself. Then allow me to answer for you. Lemore, you're protecting... I mean, who else besides Moxie? Because, yeah, because if it was proven he spoke English, that would give him, that'd make him, that would cast even more doubt on him. Lemore, you're protecting Moxie. That's why you lied and told us that you had explained the crime followed song. I don't fault you for trying to help, but this is not the way. Moxie, I believe you didn't do it, really. I trust you, but you've lied to us twice, and now you have Lemore lying on your behalf. If this is going to work, you have to trust me, too. Your two lies cover a simple truth. You understand English. You have to. Ugh! Witness, is this true? Do you understand English? Yes, a little, only. What? First he could see, now he can talk. And you did not know about this, Lemore? No, I did not. It is quite a surprise. How many secrets is this witness hiding? Oh boy, I have another one for ya. Yeah, it involves smuggling. That could get him sentenced to death. Last. Mochi, can you tell us what really happened? No shooting. I did no shooting. So you weren't in the dressing room when I heard those two gunshots, correct? Well, no one was in there except for the victim. Apparently, the answer to that question isn't as simple either. I was in dressing room behind desk, manager on floor. Could be after the shooting, right? Then there's voice. Voice or voices? Was it you and Emma, Apollo? When Moxie went into that dressing room, Mr. Lathouse had already been shot. And then we came to the door. Panel high up. I take off. Run away. Run away. So it was you who escaped through the air vent. The prosecution had told all along, no less. It doesn't mean he's the killer. The defendant had admitted to being at the scene. Might we take this as a confession? No, he clearly denied that he did it. I know shooting. Manager on floor. Already on floor. The victim had already been shot, you say? I find that hard to believe. The defendant understood the song lyrics. He was at the scene of the crime. This can only mean one thing. He is the shooter. Does the defendant have anything to say to this? He's clammed up, Apollo. Then let's ask Mr. Justice. Will you require any further testimony from the witness? Is that it? Is there nothing else I can get him to testify about? Wait. No, of course there is. What is this? Yeah, exactly. Cocoon. This silk is a... Yes, I know. He won't tell me. Oh. This has had something to do with this. Machi, please, tell us the truth for your own sake. No, no more speak. Not to any of you. So much for your precious trust, her forehead. Hey, you were the one who didn't believe him. Regardless, this brings up an impasse. It does seem that the defense and defendant are at odds. I doubt we are likely to learn anything more of value should this continue. I see no other court would declare a 5-minute recess. The defense will work things out with the defendant so that we might proceed. I know there's a fatal flaw that I saw during the investigation that I've Apollo Eustace. That's justice. Better learn how to say it if you ever want to get some. Believe I know shooting. Moxie seems to be already down on the ground when he entered the room. Maybe it was a trap, and he walked right into it? Suddenly, I hear revolver. Close, very close. Then, I hear voice. You heard gunshots? Yes, it's true, I hear revolver, but only sound. Wait, you're saying you went into the dressing room? And found Mr. Litthouse already dead, and then you heard shots? If that's true... So, you were at the scene of the crime when you heard those shots? And you escaped through the air vent? I know. Huh? What do you know? I know if I opening vent, I can leave stage and backstage. So the vents went to both the stage and the backstage area? Is that what he means? Well, I think that explains how Lamore got up to the... Oh wait, no, that's not right. It's just, I'm a bingus. But how did you know it was connected like that? The trick. I hear this from Magician. Magician? Exactly. Don't look at me. A magician, huh? At least we're clear on one thing. Moxie didn't shoot Mr. Litthouse. Yeah, but what does that leave us with? We're supposed to say he went into the room to find the body and then he heard the shots? That one's going to go over well in court. Not. Wait. It said he didn't die from the bullets, right? It said he died from, It said he died from blood loss. So, the thing being ignited, that somehow killed him, and then set off the gunshots to cover up the cause of death. Apollo, you're his defense. You're supposed to believe whatever he says, even lies. That's what Daddy always told me. I'll just pretend you misheard him every time. So, what do we do? You're sure you won't testify, Moxie? I know talking. No. Well, it was worth a shot. That cocoon. I can't... Oh. Of course, he's scared. Oh well, I guess we'll just have to try a different approach. That's the spirit, Apollo. So what's your plan? Moxie won't testify about it. We have to get someone else to testify. Someone else? I think we're out of time. Let's get back in there. Right. Court is now back in session. Mr. Justice, have you sorted things out with the defendant? Yes, Your Honor. We had a good talk. Very well. So will he testify? Your Honor, the defendant will not testify. What? Shame. And here I thought this was your big chance to turn the case around. Actually, it is. The defense would like to approach this case from a different angle, Your Honor. A different angle? If Moxie won't testify, then I know who will. I'd like to cross-examine the witness in this case, Lamore. Lamore? What are you up to now? I thought we determined yesterday that Lamore's testimony was insubstantial. There's nothing you can... Lamore was taken to the hospital yesterday with injuries. What happened? She was assaulted, Your Honor. Assaulted? Someone wanted Lamore dead. Thankfully, she was able to save herself. What? I've heard no such report. Prosecutor Gavin? Why would anyone be out to kill Lamore? Can you think of a reason? Well, think of how she is known in our country. A singer from overseas, who doesn't speak English, yes? Yet someone tried to keep her mouth shut. Who could that have been? You don't think... I do. It was the same person who shot Mr. Lathouse. The killer was afraid of her, afraid of what she might say. The defense believes that something was hidden in her testimony yesterday. Something that the killer doesn't want getting out. So, am I to understand that this is what you are saying? Namely, that there is a nugget of truth in Lamore's testimony. A nugget we have yet to uncover? Exactly. If Lamore was attacked, this has serious implications. Very well. There were some vague points in our testimony during yesterday's trial. Perhaps we did not inquire as deeply as we might have into some. The court will hear Lamore's testimony once more. I have not eaten it all day. No, wait, no. I think I ate something. Maybe. Either way, I haven't eaten for like 6 hours now at least. You need not apologize. I know that Moxie is innocent, and I will do all that I can until the court realizes this. Let's reveal your testimony from yesterday. You told us you heard 2 gunshots in the shooter's voice through the window. And that voice belonged to Darian Crescent, yes? That is correct. At which point, I proved she could not be correct. She couldn't have heard any of those things. The small window at the scene was closed and was found to be quite soundproof. Yeah, because the gunshots occurred after the death. She heard it through the vent. Because it was open? Maybe? Yeah, because... Maybe? I don't know. You have nothing to say to that, Mr. Justice? I don't know exactly what yet, but I do know there's something there. There is, it seems. Much you do not know. I know who the killer is and how they killed her. I mean, him. Of course, Your Honor. And the motive. I was on my way from the stage to the backstage exit. That's when I heard them, Mr. Lathouse and the detective. Wait. Backstage... I heard a faint sound of a gunshot and stopped. Then I heard another gunshot. There was a smell of gunpowder. I knew I must tell someone, but... I was in a hurry, so I kept moving past the small window. Pretty much the same as yesterday's testimony. I'm sorry. I am not used to speaking much in this language. Perhaps my descriptions are lacking in some way. Yet everything I have said here is the truth. And it is my distinct displeasure to say this. What you have said to have happened is impossible. Except it's not impossible. Do I have to repeat myself? Lamore was attacked because of this testimony. What, Trucy? Paulo, you know, for a moment there, you were pretty cool. Maybe I do better when I don't try to think ahead. Very well, Mr. Justice. Perhaps you can coolly cross-examine the witness. Is something wrong? I raise an objection. But she's saying the same thing she said before. Mr. Justice? Sorry, it's nothing. Please continue with your testimony. Now I know what they mean about the reckless youth these days. The one in red over there is a shining example, her judge. You're the last person who should be pointing fingers, Mr. Rockstar. Darian Crescent? I did not know his name at the time, But yes, it was him, the one who took the stand yesterday. How many times do I need to remind you? That's impossible. There's no way you could have heard him. Because of the window at the scene was closed? Is that why? Of course. Apollo, if we keep asking the same questions as yesterday, we won't get anywhere. She's right. Maybe there's a different angle I can try. Did you happen to hear anything else at that time? Anything else? Anything else besides the victim and the shooter's conversation? Anything at all? That's quite the vague question. Other than the conversation, I heard a clock ticking, the two men breathing, footsteps. That is all. Nothing new there, as expected. I was hoping for a little more than that. Perhaps we should just carry on with the cross-examination, as you wish. I think maybe it'd be something that I'd be able to link it to, like, it coming from the stage. Well, listen to. Do you know by any chance remember what they were saying to each other? If so, please tell us. I have given it much reflection, but I was afraid of this. He doesn't remember. I only heard one phrase clearly. A whole phrase? You remember something that was said? Why didn't you say anything yesterday? Though my memory is clear, I was afraid to speak. You see, I do not understand what was said. This could be it. The clue I've been waiting for. Well, what did he say? It was the other man speaking, not Mr. Little's. The shooter, then. Darien Crescent. Well, what did he say? It's over. Press the switch, now. Yep. Switch? And the shooter said this to the victim, Mr. Little's? I thought it quite strange myself after... Wait. So was it an assisted suicide? It is a mystery. What could it possibly mean? Mr. Justice, care to shed some light on this? I mean, sure. I'd be delighted. It's something very, very vital. Maybe we could add that to the testimony. Maybe, Apollo? Press the switch. There's only one key that can unlock the mystery of those words. Oh? Yet there was nothing at the scene that could be called a switch save the lights. True, there wasn't a switch at the scene, but it just so happens I have a switch right here. That certainly does look like a switch, doesn't it? The problem is, this was found not at the scene of the crime, but on the stage. The stage? Where the concert was held, yes. This was found hidden there. On the stage? Are you claiming that the voice Lamore heard was of someone commanding another to press this switch? It's a possibility. Oh, her forehead? I'd call that an impossibility. Why? It's hardly necessary for me to remind the court of the layout of the concert forum. The stage is quite far from Lamore's dressing room. I want to mention that the Gaviniers were in the middle of a concert on said stage. We aren't known for being a quiet band. You could shout all you wanted and not be heard. The detective's voice was loud, but certainly not a shout. So to have forehead cries a possibility falling short of being heard? Sorry. But he wouldn't have needed to shout. Excuse me? You heard what I said, or do you need me to shout it out for you? It would have been quite simple to be heard on the stage from that dressing room. Oh wait, you like evidence, don't you? How about this? Using this, it'd be very easy to get a message from someone on the stage from the dressing room. Prosecutor Gavin? Perhaps you're familiar with this. Why that's... What is it? Is that some kind of newfangled phone they invented while I wasn't looking? This is a type of transmitter, a communications device. Communications device? From what I've heard that night, everyone on stage was wearing one of these. Isn't that right, Prosecutor Gavin? Yes, actually, they're for talking between band members. We all had one on. So you admit that if you were wearing one of these, talking from the backstage to the stage would be simple. True, but wait, those send out electronic signals. To avoid interference with the audio systems, their range is quite limited. Lamore said it was about 30 feet, right? Look at this cross-section diagram of the concert forum. Ah, exactly. The walk from the stage to the backstage seems far, but the direct distance is less than 30 feet. That can't be. So when Lamore heard the shooter's voice, he could have been talking to someone on stage. Ha, you're claiming this switch is question? Why did it have to be on the stage at the time? It could have been placed in a pocket and carried anywhere. Someone could have hid it on the stage after the fact. Hey, you got a point. How do we know where it was once we heard the voice? When the shooter said press the switch. Well, I guess we don't. An unfortunate situation. I'm afraid that until we know where this switch was, there's little point in debating it. Oh, we know where it was! It was in the frickin' piano! What is this switch anyway? We don't even know that basic fact. Wait a second. I do know what this switch is. And if you follow that train of logic to its incredible conclusion, it ends up in proof that completely changes the case. What's up, Apollo? Apollo? We know about this switch, right? We know what it is. Yeah? Well, think of when it was used that day. Think of what happened. Well, Mr. Justice, if you have no further information to share concerning the switch... Your Honor? Yes, Mr. Justice? I've been remiss in not telling the court this before. I know what this switch is. Well, it seems the defense is set upon linking the switch to the case. Let's see your evidence of the link. What evidence do you have to explain what this switch is? Prosecutor Gavin, you remember this? That's what? Is it another one of those newfangled phones? This is an igniter. What phone looks like this? Igniter? You mean it's like a lighter? Yes, actually. You aren't saying this switch is a remote? I am. This is a remote trigger for an igniter. What? Look, I'll show you. Yeah. Mr. Justice, you will cease and desist from burning down this courtroom, unless you are trying to commit arson. Sorry, that was a bit more fire than I expected. My whisker had caught on fire. Prosecutor Gavin, let me repeat myself. This switch is a remote igniter trigger. Doesn't that suggest something to you? You're talking about what happened to me, aren't you? Ah, exactly. That night at the concert, there was one unusual burst of flame. When your guitar caught fire in the middle of your performance. Wasn't that part of the stage show, though? Prosecutor Gavin was entirely unaware such a thing had been planned, and the guitar that burned was a valuable keepsake. That's right, he got it in Virginia from Lemoore. He said the sound was amazing before it burned, of course. Now it's just kind of smoked. Better guitar, the brighter it burns. Her forehead? Yes? Don't tell me you're trying to tie these two things together. Those being the shooter's voice heard by Lemoore, and the guitar suddenly catching on fire. I am. It's really simple when you think about it. Mr. Latellus and the shooter were at the crime scene. The shooter was wearing a headset. He ordered someone on stage to press the switch. The switch was pressed and the guitar caught fire. Well, that does seem to make sense. Though something about it is bugging me. Can't quite put my finger on it. Really? It seems pretty simple to me. Well, the fact that the shooting and the car catching on fire were on separate songs. Her forehead, don't destroy what little respect I have for you. I was expecting something a little more sensible. I guess I was wrong. What's this all about, Prosecutor Gavin? This simple story makes no sense. Think that night. My guitar caught fire, yes. The cause may have been this indeed. However, the guitar caught fire during the second set. Ah, that's right, of course. Yeah, the guitar caught fire during Lemoore's song. Indeed, yet the shooting happened during the third set. The two are utterly unrelated. Yes, that must have been what was bugging me. The whole premise for this is faulty. See, his story makes no sense. Are you sure about that? What exactly do you mean, Mr. Justice? Maybe it's not the premise for my explanation of the switch that it's at fault. Maybe it's our premise for the entire case so far. What premise is this specifically? I'm glad you asked. I'm saying that maybe the killing didn't take place in the third act. What's this? But Detective Emma Sky heard shots and found the body. All this happened in the third act. Gunshots rang out, and according to his testimony, Monty was in that dressing room at the time. Where are you going with this, Mr. Justice? Stay with me, Your Honor. He also told us this in his testimony, namely, that the victim had already been shot. We all heard gunshots, but no one saw the shooting. This is insane. That's before the shooting took place. The shooter was heard on his headset, telling someone to press the switch. The next moment, Prosecutor Gavin's guitar burst into flames. We know that a remote triggering igniter was inside the guitar. From all these facts, we can draw only one conclusion. The crime did not take place during the third act, but during the ballet performance, the second act. What? Order! 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 But that goes against the evidence. What does, Your Honor? This crime was carried out according to the lyrics of that song, yes? Hey, he's right, look. The bullet is supposed to come after the fire. You're thinking about it the wrong way. Huh? Look. Why would the shooter craft the events of the day to follow the lyrics anyway? To make it an awful lot of trouble to go through. It's to hide the scene of events, just like with the case in Danganronpa and the Justice Hammers being numbered in order. The one person that seems like they were killed after was actually killed before, but the numbering hit it. With little merit for the person doing it. Well, I'm sure whoever it was had some reason. Yes, they did. A reason that made it advantageous to follow the lyrics. You're saying the order was reversed on purpose? Reversed, Prosecutor Gavin? If the criminal followed the lyrics strictly, then yes. The shooting would have had to come after the guitar burst into flames. Yet, her forehead raised another possibility. He's claiming that the bullet came not after, but just before the fire. Couldn't have put it better myself. We were only meant to think that the shooting came after the guitar burst into flame. That was the criminal's objective. The crime followed the lyrics to a point, but that was the ruse. Why else would the killer risk discovery by moving the body? That was the final touch to make us think he'd followed the lyrics the whole way. Order! 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 That would explain this most unusual situation. It does. The killer changed the order of events to create himself an alibi. In other words, the killer was someone who had an alibi for the third set, but not the second. I was hoping it wouldn't come to this, but sadly it has. Let me tell you why your little fairy tale makes no sense at all. Oh, it sounds good. I'll give you that. You've given us a reason why the killer bothered following the lyrics of my song. But I question your logic, for it's flawed from the very beginning. Flawed? Yet, there's a contradiction in her forehead. One I've pointed out several times, no less. At the time of the crime, the small window at the scene was closed. How could Lamore have heard a voice through it? Oh, I know that you would like to divert our attention from this critical fact, but you're basing your entire line of reasoning on a false premise. Right. Lamore's testimony is my entire case. That voice he heard, shooter's voice. Well, what if he couldn't hear it, Apollo? Look, what do we have? A man saying, press the switch. And near the crime scene, we have a switch, which acts as a remote trigger for an igniter. And last but not least, Prosecutor Gavin's flaming guitar. It can't all be a coincidence, but how do I make it work? I see a more direct line of questioning is required. When the crime scene was investigated immediately after the crime, that window was closed. Care to tell us how Lamore heard the voice? A key point to be sure. Mr. Justice, can you explain this to the court? Okay, Justice, you've got one thing to prove and one thing only. Lamore heard a voice, and she heard it during the second set. Think, how is Lamore able to hear the voice? Obviously, the window was open. It had to be for her to hear the voice. News bulletin in her forehead. That horse is dead. Stop beating it for all our sakes. That window was closed. This is a hard fact reported by the investigation team. But it could have been closed later after. Okay, well if that's the case, then she was in a different location then. She didn't investigate the scene. The window was closed. The shooter had no reason to close it, had it been open either. Meaning it was impossible to hear the voice through that window. Ah, it is good to hear you're making sense again. For a moment, I was afraid you might be Borginian too. As I was saying, Lamore cannot hear the voice through that window, so there can only be one explanation. She heard the voice from another location entirely. Think about it. She's blind. How would she know where she's seeing it? How would she know where she's hearing it from? You do amuse me so, and here I thought you and Good Sense were back on speaking terms. Now, I'm afraid you and Good Sense speak two entirely different languages. Shall I interpret for you her forehead? Lamore clearly stated that she heard the voice through that small window. And there was only one small window at the scene. Are you sure? Think about it. Isn't there another small window at the scene? There is? Ah, I know that look. He wants us to ask him. Very well. You claim Lamore heard the voice from another location. Mr. Justice, show us where this location was. Lamore heard the voice from here. Does this look like a small window to you, Mr. Justice? I was saying that she was in the room. Oh, wait. Lamore heard the voice from here. The vents, like I've been frickin' saying the whole time. How would she know it's a small window, though? How would she know it was a window if she was blind, though? Okay, then it's the mirror, I guess. Oh. Then I guess it's the light thing there that could... Yeah, well maybe I have to select the window because obviously because she could have just been inside. Well, you say it look yes, does it look like a small window? Yet it literally is a small window. Oh wait, I can move. I'm an idiot. I didn't know I could move it. I knew it was on the door. Or wait, what? But oh yeah, it's the open vent, right? I could have had it if I knew you could frickin' scroll the thing earlier. Because I would have because after that door, like, it looked like there was a window there, didn't it? It's hard to, it looks like there's a window there. Yeah, I definitely could have gotten it earlier if I frickin' realized that that you could slide. Slide. Like, I don't know why. I was like, it can't be here. It has to be on the door, right? But I can see. It just looked like it was on the door. Looked like there was something on the door, but obviously, since it's not, obviously, it's right here. The the vent. Oh, no. But that's no small window. That's the air vent. What have I been saying? What did I say earlier about her hearing it through the air vent? What did she tell us? She said she's a Borginian, unfamiliar with her language. It's not a stretch to imagine she called the air vent a small window. Now you've done it. You've gone beyond ridiculousness and into ludicrous. So Lamore was up in the ventilation system and listening to this man's voice? That's the only logical explanation, yes. Logical? I do not think this word means what you think it means, her forehead. Okay, what about it isn't logical? Ha, it hardly merits anything. Why would Lamore be in the ventilation system, hiding like a rat? No offense to her, of course. The explanation for that is simple, Prosecutor Gavin. Isn't it, Lamore? You have been listening to our discussion here, yes? Yes. I admit it had me quite confused since yesterday. Yes, the small window was closed. But why could that mean I could not hear through it? I feared our prosecutor might himself need an interpreter. Ugh! The problem here is words. Lamore, this small window through which you heard the voice, was it up high or on the ceiling of the room, not low on a wall? Yes, it was up on the ceiling. What? Order! Order! I will have order! And I know why she was in the vents. It's pretty obvious. Are you going to give me the chance to show it? Submit to the court. Are you, in fact, saying that you were up above the ceiling of the room, and that's where you heard the moment of the crime? Yes, in fact, I was. I'm sorry, I never imagined it would become such an important point. Yes, well, why the heck were you up there? I believe it's time for another testimony. I'm not sure I can't... I know why! Remind you, this is a murder trial. We will hear your testimony. Tell us why you witnessed the crime from above the ceiling of that room. Please. Obviously, like I said, she used the vents to move... She used the vents to move between, between the areas. That's how she did her disappearing act. It was in the middle of my performance. I had no time to report what I had heard. As to why I was there, I cannot say. I am bound to secrecy on this matter. Bound to secrecy? In my line of work, one has many obligations to uphold. But you say you were in the middle of your performance, so this did happen during the second set. I did not witness the crime, you must understand. I only know what I heard. Yes, but you must tell us what you were doing in detail. That's what the cross-examination is for, jaw, have forehead. Our mission is the court to discern the truth. No obligations, no binding pact may hinder that mission. Very well. Mr. Justice, you may begin the cross-examination. What are you going to do, Apollo? I'm going to find out the truth. She was up above that ceiling for a reason. I just have to get it out of her. I already know why. Yes, I suppose. It's going to give me the chance to say why. Exactly who bound you to... I know why. I mean, I know who. It was Valent Grammarier. Perhaps you know him? Valent Grammarier. Yeah, well, you mean Uncle Valorant? What? Valent Grammarier? Who's the Valent Grammarier? Grand Magician, the one responsible for the illusion performed during our concert. Interesting reaction, Prosecutor Gavin. Lamore was bound to secrecy. It's going to take some hard-hitting proof to make her talk. I think I know why she was up there, but how do I prove it? Don't I just, you know, go to this and then just... Or not? You heard the gunshots during the second set during your performance. You're quite sure? Yes, so why would I lie about this? Why didn't you tell us this yesterday? No one asked me. I thought you all knew. I told you Moxie was not the killer. I told you this many times. Yes, you did. But you never told us why. I am sorry. I was not able to speak of it. Unable or unwilling. He's not talking, Apollo. What do we do? We'll just have to prove it ourselves. As long as she's bound by this pact of silence, she won't talk. But if I can prove why she was up there, she'll have to admit it. But how are you going to do that? She was singing on the stage, Apollo. She couldn't have been up above the ceiling, too. Yes, she could. I've got a theory as to why, too. And maybe I've got the evidence to prove it. So what, do I just, do this? That's the first thing I was gonna try at first, but I didn't think it. The more truth be told, the reason for your presence above the ceiling is quite clear. Especially when you consider what happened during your performance. What happened? Yes, it's all right here, on this video. No! 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 Don't make me go... Yeah, see, you saw it right there. You saw it flare. It's going through this again. Yeah, see, he pulled it down like that, so that way there was like a hatch in the... Yeah, there was a hatch in the stage or something that's actually connected to the vents or something, yeah. And then, obviously, this leads over to where she appeared. I like my cat. My cat's small, by the way. I have a small cat, though. It's at my dad's house, though. You see, you can even see the hatch right there on the ground, like I said before. And see, it's up against the wall because the vent leads up to it. Okay, please don't tell me I have to go through the whole thing. Please tell me it's just done here. Okay, is that... Oh boy, okay, there. As we can see, Lamore was clearly not on stage for her entire performance. Though it saddens me to be so realistic, Lamore is incapable of actually vanishing, let alone teleportation, so the only explanation is that she was hidden from view, and during that time, she moved to the back of the form. Apollo! What, Trucy? It's not nice to reveal a magician's secret, and it's against the rules. But I'm a lawyer, I'm not supposed to be nice. This is all very fascinating, but how is it possible? There is only 20 seconds between when she disappeared and reappears. You couldn't have moved that fast. Is something wrong, Prosecutor Gavin? This was his concert, his show. He knows the illusion was performed. Aha! He's just realizing his own oversight. Let's look at the cross-section diagram again. Here we can trace a route through the ceiling. It goes from the stage, through the backstage, to the rear of the form. Recall Lamore's testimony from yesterday. I was on my way from the stage to the backstage exit. There was something like a little window there. That's how I saw it. She went from the stage to the backstage exit. A perfect description of the route above the ceiling. Lamore knew of this because of her part in the illusion, but she wasn't the only one who knew. What? Just now in the lobby, Moxie told me something. I know if opening vent, I can leave stage and backstage. He said that? Oh, were you not informed, Prosecutor Gavin? I knew about the vanishing act, of course. Yeah, I had no idea of the route that would be used. Why didn't that magician tell me? Magicians only reveal details of their acts on a need-to-know basis. They're the bread and butter of a magician's life, you know, which is why he bound Lemore to secrecy. Well, Lemore, I'm impressed, Mr. Attorney. Moxie was right about you. So, what does this mean? Are you saying you used this route above the ceiling? I did. Well, that's that. But I'm still a little confused. Why is that, Your Honor? As I said before, there was very little time between once he disappeared and once he reappeared. "20 seconds tops. How could she do it so fast? Especially if she stopped to hear the shooter's voice." Because it's faster since it's, you know, in a... That's a good question. Can the witness explain this to the court? I cannot. Very well, Mr. Justice. Yes, it's all up to you. Do your thing. What thing, Your Honor? You need to explain how Lemore was able to teleport like she did, or I'm throwing your case out with the bath water. Why do I get picked on? Isn't it Lemore who isn't going along with the program here? As I've stated before, I am not at liberty to speak of the illusion that night in detail. Then you'll just have to tell us what you can. We'll hear your testimony on this, Mr. Justice. It will be your job to wring the truth out of her. Yes, if you would, please. Right. I feel like a student before finals. Good luck, Apollo. I followed the route exactly as I was instructed. There's an emergency exit in the backstage, where a stagehand waited. From there, one can enter the forum on the opposite side from the stage. The plan was for me to move there in 2 minutes. I was on my way when I heard the voice. 2 minutes, you say? The mystery deepens. Suppose it was too much to hope that the judge would come up with something. That's just my curiosity. Take it away, Mr. Justice. Right, Your Honor. All I have to do is find the contradiction between what Moore is saying and what we can see plainly in the video. I figured it out already. I'm a magician, after all. Well, tell me. Not a chance. I can't reveal another magician's secrets. Come on. Hey, you're supposed to be on my side here. Okay, but the thing is, if they're in there in 2 minutes, then why doesn't the what? Like I said, there's a hatch in the floor. How do I say that there was a hatch in the floor? Did everyone on the concert staff know about the trick? Not all, only a few that were needed to help. See, like I said, it's on a need-to-know basis, so not many people knew about the trick. What were the stagehands required to do? One needed to open the emergency exit. The door to the stairs is locked, but once through there, from there, one can enter the forum on the forum on the opposite side from the stage. I'm too much of it yet to understand what she means by the forum. So when you came back out, you were behind the audience? Yes, that is how it worked. Not a bad show, if I do say so myself. That's a good balance for you, but on the video, you were only gone for 20 seconds. How is that possible? That's the part I don't get either. Haha, yes, it would be hard to go so far in only 20 seconds. The plan was for me to move there in 2 minutes. Like I said, maybe one of them wasn't actually her, it was someone else. And all she did was actually just... Hold on, I know what I have to present in the videotape. I don't know where I have to present it, though. And that was Darian's voice you heard? Yes, I'm certain it was him. Matter best left for later, Ja. Put that forehead of yours to work on this illusion first. Hold on, I think the identity of the killer is a little more important, don't you think? Don't you? Important, Morton. Subjection overruled. Tell us about the illusion. He's trying to avoid the problem at hand, Apollo. Trying to avoid the problem? This is a murder trial. The killer is the problem. The contradiction between Lamorte's testimony and the video. Unraveling an illusion can't be so different from solving a normal case, right? Sorry, Apollo. I'm not telling. Not even if you make those puppy dog faces. Fine, fine. How did you, proceed along this route? How? Why, I walked. But you arrived behind the forum much too fast to have been walking. Tell the truth, Lamore. You rode some kind of vehicle. What? A vehicle? What's a vehicle? Ah, what a novel idea. I like it. Hey, that's not a bad guess. Wrong, but not bad. Haha. Yes, laugh at the dumb attorney. I don't mind. I'm sorry, but the girl is right. That vent was much too small for vehicles. It was a tight fit. Even I had to crouch as I walked. I cannot imagine a vehicle that would fit in such a small space. It wasn't a vehicle, what was it? You got me going for a while there, Mr. Justice. Too bad. Ready for the next part? Why do I feel like I'm on some kind of quiz show? If you followed the route exactly, then how come your brutes fell off through the vent and into the room? But her brute was in there because it fell off and fell off through the vent. So if she followed the route exactly, she wouldn't be going over the vent, right? That's enough. I see no front. Okay, yeah. Just go through it. Yeah, if all he did was heard the voice and had your voice get in there. Boy. What? Press this? Didn't I already do that or something? Yes, it can be done in 1 minute if you are running. What? I swear I pressed this. Running? In that cramped, dark tunnel above the ceiling? Mr. Attorney, have you forgotten? Dark or lit, it makes no difference to me. Ah, that's true. But, so you're saying that on the night of the concert you made the trip in 2 minutes? Yes, though I nearly didn't make it in time. You see, I stopped halfway. Lamore disappears into the for 20 seconds, but she said she made the trip in 2 minutes. How? I already know how! Like I said, the brute. Wait, is there a way to rewatch the video? Come on, I need a closer look. Okay, I have to do this. I have to see exactly when she's reappearing. I know it's two different people, but I think I just figured out a way to prove it, hopefully. I mean, it wouldn't matter because I already know where it would be going, right? I think I know where this is going. That's why I need to watch this to make sure. I think I know where this is going. Yep. If the brooch fell off, why was it on her still? Did we not? It was found at the scene, Your Honor. And you're bringing this up now? Why? I thought we had already determined when that was dropped. So did I, but we hadn't. Take another look at the video. She's wearing it now, but once she's up there, she's still wearing it. If it really fell, why was she still wearing it? Here, you can see she's wearing the brooch. So she is. Let's look a bit later. Wait, or am I just being completely wrong? I have... What? The brooch is gone. I swear I saw it. Yes. The brooch disappeared in a short space of 20 seconds. But this just further proves it's only one person though, so I'm just a bingus. It takes a full minute to run from the stage to the backstage. Which means there can only be one explanation. The Lamore we see before the Vanishing Act and the Lamore we see after are two different people. So I had the right idea, it was just reversed. What? The brooch was found on the floor at the crime scene. And not just on the floor, but on the floor directly beneath the air vent. Lamore, tell me, did you drop the brooch on your way from the stage to the backstage at the very moment you witnessed the crime? Yes, I think I did. Order! But Prosecutor Gavin, from your expression, I gather you had no idea this was the case, Sir Judge. I, of course, knew about it. What? Don't get me wrong, I wasn't hiding it. It just never occurred to me that the switch and the shooting took place at the same time. So, I was right? There was a switch? There was. Just before the stage's tower rose, Lamore was replaced. While we're on the subject, just who is this replacement Lamore? Why, the man behind the illusion, Valentin Grammeret. Who's Grammeret? That's quite the illusion, but I still don't get one thing. Yes? The switch happened before the tower rose, correct? So you weren't on the stage. That's right. But this, fake Lamore is still singing. And she's pretty good. That's true. Come on, Apollo, that's an easy one. They were just playing a recording. The Gavineers aren't some kind of air guitar band, Fräulein. Oh, you mean I'm wrong? When we play still live, we play live, no recordings. Perhaps you can explain, Lamore? Very well. Yes, do tell, and add it to your testimony. You were singing? Yes. Sir Gavin expressed a dislike for recordings, so I used this. Wait, so you were singing the whole time? Even when you were crawling above the ceiling towards the backstage? Why should it matter where I sing when everywhere I go is the same darkness? But if you were singing while you were walking... That's right, wouldn't the shooter and victim have heard? She was singing right over the head. No, they thought it was from the speaker. That is right. Are you sure? You'd have to be pretty hard of hearing to miss someone singing in the ceiling. Once again, we come back to the state of the scene of the crime. What state? Ah, I know what he means. The old speaker, Apollo. The speaker? The speaker was blaring at the time of the murder. Ah, that's for monitoring the stage from this room. Monitoring? It pipes in a real-time feed from the stage's microphone, useful for knowing when your set is coming up. Satisfied? That dressing room was fitted with a large speaker playing a direct feed from the stage. At my request, actually. So Lamore singing in the ceiling sounded just like Lamore singing over the speaker. Ingenious! Her voice was hidden by her voice! Ah. Lamore? I have just remembered something. Do tell. When I heard the noise, the gunshots, yes? It startled me, so I stopped singing. What? I forgot the words I was supposed to sing. The song stopped. Thankfully, it was the very beginning of the second verse. So not many would notice. Forehead? That mixing board I lent you, where is it? The mixing? Huh? That machine, Apollo. The one that breaks music into tracks. Oh, this. I'd completely forgotten about it. Let's take a listen. Really? I have to go through the lag again. Is it working? Please. It's not. I thought it would, I thought if I made it only show the bottom screen, I wouldn't have to worry about the lag. But nope, I still have to worry about it. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's actually if it's more RAM, a better CPU, or a GPU that I would actually need to fix this. I'm assuming it's a better CPU. The song does stop there. It does? I must have missed it. Look at the lyric sheet at the top of the second verse. See where it says pleasure, pleasure? Now listen again. I swear I heard that part, though. Didn't she say that, though? She only says it once. This is evidence indeed. I believe we are guilty of making a terrible mistake. Your mom has mayonnaise. The crime didn't happen during the third set. It happened during the second, during Lamore's ballad. If that is true, then no one on stage during the second set could have been the shooter. Which means that Darian Crescent couldn't... That means Darian Crescent could have done it. He wasn't on stage for the second set. Well, Prosecutor Gavin, fascinating. don't believe I've ever seen a crowd turned around quite so thoroughly. Yet one problem remains. What's that, Prosecutor Gavin? Her forehead theory does have a certain kind of logic to it. Yet it's entirely based upon Lamore's testimony. Yes, is there a problem with this? Well, it's quite simple, though it pains me to say it. What if she is lying to protect the defendant? But you have no proof. All I'm saying is that the truth is yet unclear until we hear directly from the man himself. The man? You don't mean? Yes, though he is a friend and band member, their impression must take a stand. I see no other way. As someone with a new perspective on the case, as a suspect to be frank. I'm ready to catch him. Darren Preston, get ready for justice. This is as good time as to pause for a brief reset. Prosecution will summon the witness. Have him here and ready by the time we begin. Very well, the court is adjourned for a 15-minute recess. Apollo, I can't believe it. It really happened during the second act, and right in the middle of Lamore's performance. Why she was in that air vent, and that splits and flaming guitar. When you link it all together, that's what you end up with. I knew you had what it took. Who is it? Oh! Daddy! Mr. Wright, you believe in me? Not really. Huh? I just thought I'd make a full entrance and say, hiya. Bother helping. Where have you been lately, Daddy? You haven't been coming to the office at all. Sorry about that, Trucy. I'm on a secret mission. Secret? You mean like you're undercover? Like Mr. Latthouse, only shorter and not as well dressed? Oh no, what if you're shot too, Daddy? Would I do a thing like that to you? Anyway, I'm off for a while again. Huh? You're leaving? Oh, one thing before I go. What? Good luck. Alright. Is that all you came here to say? I think you have things pretty much under control. You'll get Maki Tobey off the hook, no doubt. Yeah, but you're after that detective, aren't you? Starring it won't be easy proving you did it, especially not under the current system. What did Prosecutor Gavin say during the trial? The case is based on one fragile assumption, namely that our diva divine telling the truth. But what about all the proof? The groove and switch, a piece of jewelry and lyrical blunder. There are plenty of other ways to explain these things. The flaming guitar too. All because you lack definitive proof of their connection to the case. But if poultry songstress is lying, your case smells like butter in a frying pan. Even behind the family's snap failure. So what do I do? Like I said, good luck. Be aware that it will be impossible to prove guilt by conventional methods. Oh, that reminds me. I have something to give you from our detective friend. Detective Sky? Emma? Let's see, this bag of snacks here was meant for me. Here it is. What are those, Daggy? They don't look like very good snacking materials. They were found at the scene. I know it's a traces of gunpowder. Alright, so there's either one of two things. He said under the current court system and under certain means, so I'm gonna go out on a whim. It's not really a whim and say, yeah, he forged this evidence also. Gunpowder? Probably firecracker or something similar like the ones kids are into these days. These trappings were found in the soap at the scene of the crime, actually. under the sofa. Hey, Apollo! That's where we found that little device thingy. Right, this. Well, finally, some evidence that makes sense. That's all for me, I suppose. See you later. Right. Your man has an igniter inside him. Excuse me? Find Darian Crescent's igniter and set it off. And he walked out the door, just like a magician, normally. What does he want us to do? No conventional methods? What does that mean? I guess we just have to take his advice because it makes sense when the time comes. Either it means that the evidence he just gave us is forged and he's having us do it he's doing it to make Darren have a slip up. It's the finish line. Hang in there, Trucy. July 10, 1:15 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 3. Court is now back in session. Prosecutor Janet, Detective Crescent, and the witness lounge, ready to be called at any time. Very well. Might I add, I don't believe any of this. T.D. Darren was the first detective I ever worked with. We stopped working together when we moved to criminal affairs to 53. The guitar playing was a fire imagination. That's nice, but it has nothing to do with the matter at hand. Correct? Oh, I know. Bored. Very well. Call the final witness to the stand. Detective Darren Crescent. Name and occupation, please. Darren Crescent, Detective Criminal Affairs Division 3. That's the International Affairs Division for those of you who didn't know. And I'm the correct for the gap here. Maybe you've heard of us. You fully understand the circumstances under which you stand before us today. Yeah, I understand, Your Honor. What I don't understand is how you let this happen, partner. You gave me your word. I wouldn't be standing here. The situation's changed, Darren. And don't call me partner. So much for old friends. I see what you're doing, Darren. You're threatening the prosecution. Your Honor, we could begin the trial. Yes, it's my time to did. Hear your testimony. You may begin with your response to Lamore's testimony. If in fact you have anything to say about it. No, I got plenty to say. Mine must be natural passion for radio. And wherever you're from, Mr. Justice. Conventional method, you're out of the window, huh? Here goes nothing. Oh yeah, a non-conventional method is bluffing, right? He was lying, plain and simple. He got nothing to back up his story. In the first place, he's never heard my voice. He forgot the words because he heard gunshots. Add this. Didn't Detective Emmett die hear those gunshots during the third set anyway? He didn't take place when I was on stage, man. So you claim Lamore's testimony was a lie. Hey, don't get me wrong. I dig what she's doing, trying to protect that kid. And she's got the court eating vague statements out of her hand, just blind. You got too far, Darren. Look, all I'm saying is, you've got a reliable witness. Why not listen to the detective? Detective Sky? I see. Mr. Justice, you may begin the cross-examination. You didn't waste any time finding our weak spot. I can't do this with Lamore's testimony alone. I'll have to find some other way to prove when the shooting took place. Remember this, Detective Crescent? The mixing board? What about it? It seems there was clear proof left behind, right here in Lamore's song. Her song? What exactly is this device thingy? A new variety of gramophone, perhaps? No, we just used this and don't get me started on gramophone. This device is used to record the performance part by part. Part? You move the slider to adjust the volume. Each instrument is adjustable, separately, Lamore's voice included. Oh, but what does this prove? According to Lamore's testimony, at the moment of the shooting, he forgot the words to the song. Huh? You intend to examine the recording at that moment, Josh? You might even hear those gunshots. Exactly. Ha! Ridiculous. How are you supposed to hear gunshots back in that dressing room out on stage? Have you forgotten, Darren? We were all wearing these headsets. Oh. all deeply involved in our performance. But Lamore's headset would have picked up what you heard all the same. Then let's get to analyzing that recording right now. We'll stop singing if you heard your shots fired. Find that spot and I'll find the gunshots. This is clearly her voice. Let me get this out of it. Oh wait.
Take that!
Your Honor, listen closely to this part. This is the track with Lamore's vocals. Did I even have to select the part, or did I just have to select what vocals were hers? If that was all I had to do, that'd be kind of bruh. Oh, well, yeah, see it right there, you can hear it. I'm gonna hear something. Answer there, yes. Why? It sounded like a gunshot. What? This has to be some kind of mistake. Or, the sound was coming over the headset along with her voice. Kevin? You're crazy, man. Crazy. Not saying possibly like you even listening to this week evidence? Man, you can barely hear that. How do you know it's a gun? Perhaps it's you who are hard of hearing, Darren. It sounds like a gunshot. Admit it, you lost Detective Preston. Okay, so what about the gunshot Detective Sky heard? You heard him too, didn't you? Don't even think about telling me you weren't mistaken. Were you thinking of telling us Mr. Justice? No, Your Honor, Detective Sky. And I clearly heard what kind of gunshots, but they weren't. What? They have evidence that proves it. Then I think it's best to go to the court. Let us see this evidence. See what, Mr. Justice? The evidence showing what we really heard is this. The igniter really lit off the firecracker. Once it was placed in the piano for the third part. Some things were found at the crime scene after yesterday's trial. What things? The first was this small device. That's the remote-triggered igniter. Correct. And one more thing. What are those? The remains of something burnt? Not another guitar, I hope? Traces of gunpowder were found on these fragments. We have a report that it was something like a firecracker. How did Gavin know about this? What, you think Detective Sky works for you too? I received the report this morning before coming here. That's when I made my decision, actually. What decision is this, Prosecutor Gavin? I registered Darren as a witness in today's trial. Just in case. This raises another possibility. The gunshot-like sound during the third test could have been two firecrackers ready to go off by remote control. Haha! You got an active imagination, don't you? Well, you couldn't say every little thing you think. Your explanation there seems a bit too convenient. How so? So, you're saying these firecrackers just happened to go off? Right when two witnesses came walking by? That's right. Darren was out on stage when it happened, Apollo. How would you know if someone was backstage right then? Firecracker goes off in the forest and there's no one here. You get my drift. Why go through the trouble, man? How did I explain this? You may not look it, but Darren is a gifted detective. It's only weakness and he's sure to find it. That reminds me, I happened to pass through that very hallway several times that day myself, and I saw something odd there just before the third set. Something odd? A headset, the kind all bands and staff members were wearing. That's right, we picked this up in front of the doors of that dressing room. What if that headset wasn't dropped but placed, and what if it was turned on? You could hear what was going on in that room, even if you were out on stage. Hey, whose side you on, Gavin? Listen to me, Darren. There are no sides in a court of law. In any case, I believe the case has been made. Gunshots were heard during the second set, which means the fourth testimony was good. fire. Detective Preston, you weren't on stage during the second step. You could have done it. But why did you only hear one gunshot on the recording? Weren't 2 bullets fired from this weapon? The boy was moving through the air vent, Your Honor. He must not have been close enough for her might to catch the first shot. But then, as he passed over the dressing room, the gun fired again. Mr. LaCal's life was taken. Well, Detective Preston, once again, I remind you of her performance that day. Her performance? Seeing this mixing board jogged my memory. You were there too, her recording. What is it with today? Problem after problem has shown. My hog won't start, my guitar case is busted. The guitar's been burnt to a crisp. Top it all off, someone's dead. And then there was that performance. What was that all about? The card is off. What was that? That end of the call. It was you, Sharon. I thought it was strange at the time. How could you miss such a simple cue? I know you. I know how you play. You're better than that. Yeah? Well, you what? Prosecutor Gavin, what are you getting at? Talking about the murder weapon, Mr. LaCal. 45 caliber handgun. After you've learned, even the shooter doesn't go and start with a revolver inside. He's got enough to locate his shoulder if you're an amateur. Wait. You mean he's playing with effective because he hurt himself shooting at revolver? You forgot. You're getting something. Yes, Detective Preston? I'm a trained police officer, you know. I've had firearms training. Plenty of it. I'm no amateur. Standard sidearm entry for a police officer is 38 caliber weapon. You must never be. The murder weapon belongs to the victim, Mr. LaCal. It suggests there's a struggle between the killer and the victim. So, the killer might not have been holding the revolver correctly when he fired. Is that what you mean? The thought had occurred to me, yes. Well, does the witness have anything to say to this? Detective Crescent, what I want to ask is what Mr. Sleeve pulled up ready for action has to say. Hey you, attorney. Me? Exactly what piece of evidence? Psychic again? You got a little noise on the tape, could be anything. And you have an electric guitar cue missing due to a 45 caliber kickback. I weak this cake, Gavin. I really do. You can line up your little weak pieces of evidence all you want. I didn't shoot that manager, and that's the obvious truth. The witness has a point. The defense's arguments, while persuasive, are not decisive. I believe you can hear what the witness has to say in response to the case so far. Your testimony, please, Detective Crescent. Tell us your reason why you couldn't have done it. Come on, why would I even want to kill that manager? You want a reason? Easy. I got no motive, man. Ah. I already know what problem is here. Why do you think I just stopped reading the rest of it all of a sudden? I've established the motive a long time ago.
Objection!
Your Honor, take a look at this. What's that? Looks like candy. It's not. Don't lick it, please. Detective Crescent, ever seen this? Looks like a piece of candy. What is it? What it is evidence. Don't lick it before you try it. Specifically, this is a replica of a cocoon that was found among the victim's belongings. A cocoon? Never seen one that color. It is a variety only found in the Republic of Virginia, nowhere else. Alright, but what is this cocoon replica doing in my courtroom? Surely this has nothing to do with the motive for killing Mr. LaCal. Does it? It does. Wait, I think it does. You don't sound so confident, man. Cocoon. Is it one of those silky cocoons? The kind that you can make, silk out of? Not this one. Cocoon makes powerful curative. A curative? For what? Apparently, this motion is sitting as a disease, thought incurable. It is the only medicine of its kind. However, it is illegal for the capable of killing cocoons out of Virginia. Whatever for. If such a miracle here, why not share it with the world? Yeah, that's what I've been wondering. You looked into the matter of some way. Apparently, it isn't difficult at all to manufacture the remedy for the cocoon. Yet, if you change the process only slightly, you can easily make a large quantity of something else entirely. A deadly poison, in fact. What? There was an accident several years ago where some of these got out onto the black market, caused quite a commotion in the global community, so the media was kept largely unaware. Intriguing. All this has led to a strict ban on cocaine export, one rigidly enforced by Interpol, among others. Interpol? Right. The victim, Romeo McCouse, was an Interpol agent. Detective Preston insists on referring to him as a manager, but this is misleading. Romeo McCouse wasn't killed as a manager, he was killed as an undercover agent. So I was trying to smuggle this gumball into the country? That's what you're trying to say? You're saying that could well be a motive for murder. Oh, so I'm going to sell it on the black market to make myself a pretty penny? Ridiculous, I mean totally unthinkable. Unthinkable, you say? Why? Perhaps it's time for another testimony about this smuggling of cocoons business. National Affairs got a memo about the cocoon. Can't sell them on the black market, it's too dangerous. Yeah, cocoon smuggling ain't exactly lucrative anymore. Man, men in National Affairs, I know the deal. Kids think up the craziest things, but no way I'm going to risk life and limb just to get my hands on some dirty cocoon money. Not the most noble of statements, but duly noted. According to reports, these cocoons top Interpol list. Selling them to an underground organization would be risky. Very well, you may begin the cross-examination. This is the only motive I've got. He was up to something, and I'm going to find out what. So, the detective, right? But if he declared his anxieties, you can't tell him, yeah, but he could give them to someone. Maybe, you know, someone with anxieties. You know, maybe someone like the Chief of Justice's son.
Objection!
Why not choose a less dangerous buyer then? I would. How clueless are you? Everyone in the market's dangerous. The second they found out I was a cop, I could kiss my keister goodbye. Why sell to a black market buyer? How about someone like this? That article, that's about the Chief Justice's. A deadly poison can be extracted from a cocoon, but so can a cure. And not a cure for just any disease. A cure for anxieties. Anxieties? I've heard of that somewhere. You went to visit a victim of the disease this morning. Aha! Why, that's the disease the Chief Justice's son has! You aren't saying... Our witness is a detective. He would have contacted the Chief Justice. You were saying the Chief Justice would never deal in contraband? Not even to save his own son's life? But even if the deal went through, why it'd be an international scandal? That's Detective Preston's insurance. If word ever got out, the one with the neck on the line would be the Chief Justice. Detective Preston, is this true? First I'm a murderer, now I'm a smuggler? How many crimes are you trying to pin on me anyway? This takes a lot to think about a Chief Justice for the buyer. Why? A seller couldn't hope for a better deal. A very cowardly seller. Don't let sneeze over there trick you. So I made a deal with your Chief Justice. Where's your proof? Well... Oh yeah, you're forgetting one other important thing. Do tell. Interpol isn't the only ones out there watching this. Virginian Customs barely sleeps. They're so worried about cocoons getting out. So we were informed. Let's continue with the cross-examination. Let me see what he has at it. I don't know. How could it? Let me review everything I know about every piece of evidence. The lyrics. that. From Virginia. Sent from Virginia.
Objection!
Actually, there is one way. What? One way to get something out of the country, no checks. What is it? You become a prosecutor. A prosecutor? I don't believe it. Believe it, Prosecutor Gavin? What was it that you told me yesterday at your office? It was a beautiful instrument. It was played lovingly for many years. It's probably fitting of a woman like Lamore. How did it end up here? I mentioned how much I enjoyed playing it that night, and she made a present of it. This guitar is from Virginia? That it is. We couldn't carry it on the plane, changes in air pressure and humidity ruined the wood. So, we vacuum packed it in Lamore's studio. It is a special shipping that's available to use for transporting evidence. They brought it right up to my office for me. Pristine and untouched. Did I get that right, Prosecutor Gavin? Untouched? Quite. The guitar was wrapped in several pieces and vacuum packed in Virginia, and was untouched until the day of the concert. Are you saying that the guitar was... With cocoons this small, it would have been very easy. To use the guitar as a mule to smuggle a cocoon out of Virginia. What? This reminds me, Prosecutor Gavin. That guitar had some work done on it recently, right? Work? Good memory, board. Well, you know how guitars have a round hole in the front? It is called a sound hole. Well, they found something attached to the wood just inside the hole. A broken device. A broken device? Yes, this, in fact. An igniter! Exactly. Consider this. Deal? What if that igniter wasn't the only thing that was packed inside your guitar? You mean... He means this, of course. There was a way to get a cocoon out of the country. They could use pissy Prosecutor Gavin's privileged guitar as a mule. And who better to do that than someone with assets? Like a member of the band. Yeah, or... Order! 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 Well, the igniter was placed in there for a clear reason, it seems. It was a safety precaution. A precaution? Her forehead? At last, it all comes together. Every strange thing that happened that day. Care to review? Master Rowe, the gentle sounds of Lamore's ballad, if you please. First, my keys were stolen, a harmless misdemeanor, which forced me to break the lock on my guitar case. The key was stolen to retrieve the cocoon from the guitar. I see, but things didn't go so well. The smuggler wasn't counting on the guitar being wrapped. Only a member of the band could get near that case. Unwrapping the guitar would raise too many suspicions. Then the concert began, right about this time. A very large problem presented itself to the smuggler. What's that? Silva's house. Silva's house. An undercover agent was on the hunt. He would have known about the guitar. He'd only have to check the shipping records. So, Mr. Latal tried to examine the guitar himself. If the cocoon were confiscated, then the gig would be up. The only thing left for the smuggler to do was to get rid of the whole lot. So, press the switch, now. The guitar burst into flames, and the cocoon was lost. And then, Mr. Latal died, with Lamore there to witness it. There's your case. Brilliant, man. Detective Crescent, I gotta know you make all that up on the fly. For a made-up story, it makes a great deal of sense. Great. The Republic of Virginia? Sorry, man, but I haven't even been there. true. You haven't. Let's see you make up a story for that, kid. How'd I have the cocoon in the first place, huh? It's not so hard to imagine. You had help, a Borginian accomplice. That's all. That you had an accomplice was clear from the start. The voice Lamore heard proved it. It's over. Press the switch. Now. You made the transition from the past stage, while your co-conspirator was on stage. But who was it? This is it. The Cube Secret. And for once, I know what I'm doing. There's only one person who could have helped him. Let's hear what Mr. Justice has to say then. But be warned, with a great accusation comes a great responsibility. Make up your answer on the fly, as it were. You'll be harshly penalized. Are you ready, Mr. Justice? To a smuggler's accomplice.
Take that!
There's only one person who meets all the requirements of the accomplice. And that person is the defendant, Monty Tobe. But Mr. Justice, he's your client. A defense attorney accusing his client? That's a new one. I assure you, no one is more unhappy about what's going on. But I hear a defends him in the murder of Mr. Lacaus. And I stand by my statement earlier that he's innocent of that particular crime. Indeed, the defendant is Virginian. He does meet the basic requirements to be the accomplice. But what if it was in fact Lamore? Couldn't have been. Well, you seem sure of yourself. Regan is electronic signal dealer. Electronic signals? The call access remote only works to a range of 30 feet. Beyond that, it's useless. Yes, that's true. Now think back to the testing. When the shooter made his transmission, Lamore was in the air vent, right above the dressing room where the shooter stood. Let's look at the stage diagram. This is the area that the remote can reach from the air vent. Well, looking at this, it seems that Lamore still could have done the deed. No. When the shooter made that transmission, the stage was slightly different than shown here. It was in the middle of the guitar serenade. Part of the stage was raised. Prosecutor Gavin and the Lamore stand-in were in the air. They were on a tower which happens to be 15 feet tall. In other words, the remote couldn't have worked from Lamore's position in the air vent. Ah. Well, Detective Preston, what do you say to that? Your Honor? Yes, Detective? Could we see the video where Gavin's guitar burns? Just one more time. Well, I don't see why not. What? Don't tell me he has a way out of this. Too bad, so sad, punk. Punk? First you were sleeves, then kid, and now punk? You're losing rank fast, Apollo. What exactly were we supposed to see in this radio? The problem isn't what we see. Correct, Darren? Correct, it's what we hear. We are musicians, after all. Care to explain for us non-musicians? Sure thing, punk. Let me get your yarn straight first. You're saying I ordered the weed pianist to set off that igniter? That's right. Yes? Well, in order to do that, he'd have to press a switch. Am I right? Okay. Well, take another listen. Pay attention to the piano. Piano? problem there. The piano sounds just fine. And that's the problem, man. You still don't get it? Ah, yeah. How's it supposed to hit that switch if he's playing? He's stuck next to the guitar, the bass, piano, and the drum. Well, because the switch was in the piano, it was rigged so when he hit a key on the piano, it was activated. All you wanted was her answer. It was a diva. But according to you, it couldn't have been the accomplice, could you? The accomplice would have had a hard time helping out if they couldn't even press the switch. No, they could have, you freaking idiot. Stop showing this laggy clip. I already know. What? How did Apollo not even know? He even figured, like, Crucy even straight up heard the. He even heard the split clip whenever Crucy hit every key. Because a key on the friggin' piano triggered it. He couldn't have pressed that switch. Well, Mr. Justice, the piano does seem to be playing when the guitar catches fire. Well, it's okay. We all make mistakes sometimes. Apollo, were you wrong? I can't be wrong. Everything makes perfect sense. How could it all just... strange. What's strange? No, it's just... something's odd about the performance there. Odd? Mr. Justice, lucky somebody didn't press that switch. Then he could not be the accomplice you claim he is. But everything points to it. Every fact says he's the accomplice. You got the facts wrong, man. Here's the facts for you. Gavin's car's on fire. The pianist didn't press that switch. He did! I already know! What? You thought of something? What was Gavin saying just now? Strange. What's strange? No, it's just... something's odd about the performance there. Not much wrong, but odd wrong. What exactly did you hear that was odd? Have you come up with something, Mr. Justice? May I remind you that everything rests on this? Can you prove Makai Kobe pressed that switch? Let's hear your final answer. Can you prove that Makai Kobe pressed that switch? But, yeah, it's possible, and a prosecutor goes in. It's called the activist evidence supporting this. Borat, you sure about this? Huh, that's it, there's no evidence, man. Let's see your evidence, Mr. Justice. On what you base the claim the defendant pressed that switch? It's right around here it happened, right? Let me restart. Wait a frickin' minute. As someone who actually has a keyboard and has taken lessons, I can tell when someone's only playing with one hand. Because, well, you can just tell, there's just a sound difference. There just is. Listen. Yeah, see, like, you can't, like, hear it. Like, normally there's two parts playing, but you can only there's normally two parts playing at once, but you can only hear one part playing.
Take that!
Basic for my claim is music, Your Honor. Music? What about music? Let's listen to the piano part around the time when this switch was to be pressed, right before the guitar burst into flames. Like some initial time. I heard a piano being played. But doesn't it sound kind of simple? Simple. Ah, I think I know what he said that. You could have played that part with one hand. One hand. You only need one hand to press that switch. You could play the piano with the other. What, is there some kind of piano savant? I mean, I am. Actually, no. And what do you know? You can't play a part like that with one hand. Maybe. I don't know what I'm talking about here. Hey, I know. Hey, Goofy. Yeah? You got something? Mr. Wright, your father. He's the pianist. Could he... Oh, Daddy? He couldn't play a part like that, even if he had three hands. So sorry, so sad for you. No, not really. Huh? That was just the easy way to prove it. It's always the hard way. Man, how are you going to prove whether you play it with one hand or two? You can't. Admit, you gotta get difficult to prove. It's highly likely he was playing with one hand. How do you know that? Ooh, but parts of the graph and described as sounding odd. That sounded odd. I thought we can tell by listening to a certain part of the song. No. No way. No? Okay, we'll come to the moment. Here's the line. Let's see what Mr. Justice has to say for himself. Show us the part that proves that the defendant was playing with one hand. Right before the guitar burst into flames. Watch was definitely playing with one hand just before the guitar got fire. And one section of the song proves it. Obviously, it's the part here before, right?
Take that!
Prosecutor Gavin, I'm sure you've realized by now. Just what is that sounded odd to you? As I'm sure you realize it yourself, her forehead. Realize what? I'll demonstrate. Let's listen to the part in question again, shall we? Pay particular attention to the but a fleeting melody phrase. I mean, he's playing the chords. The chords of steel, that is. On one hand, and but the other hand he's playing the melody. But he can't for the second part, so that's why you don't hear them at the same time. Let's listen to another section, shall we? Another section? A guitar bursts into flame at the end of the second verse. Let's listen to the same spot in the first verse. Pay attention to "Oh That Night in Your Embrace." That's why I thought she said sugar, sugar. I mean, not fuzzer, fuzzer, because he said sugar, sugar right there. So, okay. At least it sounded exactly the same. What? Okay. Okay. But play verse 2 again. There, did you hear that? They feel the same, but they're clearly very different. What? I'll put, Your Honor. The phrase in verse 2 is quite simple. The same phrase in verse 1 has high and low notes. You have to use two hands to play that for sure. Ah! What's that, Bruce? I think you know that by now. This is why I hate dealing with amateur players. The two verses have different arrangements, happens all the time. Not this time, Darren. There's no point in changing an arrangement if you can't hear it clearly. Hold on, let me fix my cord with candle. And that wasn't the thing. I had it played specifically so that the piano would stay in the background. Oh! That was what I noticed. Why could the same phrase sound slightly different, I asked myself. Now I can tell by mocking how he played it. He needed a free hand in order to press this play. Order. I believe this ties all the facts together. Well, Prosecutor Gavin? Yes, quite. Though, personally, this comes as a terrible disappointment. What? No comeback? I can't believe it. I finally did it. Shut him up. Very well. Barring an objection from the prosecution, I will now state the court's opinion on this matter. Good show, Sleeves. No great show. It's not over? I don't like it when he looks so happy. Tell him, Gavin. Tell him what's so disappointing. Personally, I'm terribly disappointed. And you, her forehead? Huh? Me? Yes, don't get me wrong, your case is solid. The facts all check out, but even now, you have yet to show us a single piece of decisive evidence. Yeah, the fact anyone can deal with him. Unfortunately, anyone does not include the law. I'm afraid your case doesn't cut it, but 1,000 facts might prove towards the same conclusion, but without a decisive evidence, it's not true. That's the rule under our current legal system. I don't believe it. It does seem as though the defense has, does not seem so. Oh, I think if he did, he already would have seen a long way back. It's unfortunate, but at present, this court is unable to acknowledge your accusation. What? The truth is staring us all right in the face. Why can't they see it? It's the kind of a legal system that protects criminals. Oh, remember what Dad said? I won't be so easy proving he did, especially not in the current court system. So what do I do? Instead, good luck. Be aware that it will be possible to steal a conventional method. Every man has a notice. Find their impression of life. I wonder what he meant by every man has a notice. I think he just means a weak spot, no? The kind of thing that a single spark can turn into a wildfire of notice. I feel that I'm being notified of that. Let's find a weak spot in the sky. Something fatal. well, Mr. Justice, you've come far without decisive evidence. The witness won't be coming back to the stand when you let him go. Every man has an igniter. Huh? Didn't you say that better good guitars to the brighter it burns, Prosecutor Gavin? Ah, yes, good guitars are kept dry. Why? That provides the best sound. Even a small spark could cause irreparable damage. The plant has an igniter in it too, Detective. It was there from the very beginning. An accomplice. Every time you have a plan with an accomplice. If you have an accomplice in a plan, there's always the possibility of all they have to do is say one word and your entire plan could be ruined because they're an accomplice. Well, no, not one word, but one phrase. What? Fighting time. Justice, you blow this one, she'll be out of your hands for good. Go for it, Apollo. What, and this igniter's supposed to come burn me up? That's almost poetic there, Mr. Attorney. All the better. I'm rather fond of poetry, and I intend to hear this one through to the very end. Forehead, you are accusing this man, Darren Crescent, of 2 crimes. The murder of Mr. House and the smuggling of a board-game cocoon. This is your last chance to prove your case. This trial has already run on far too long. Mr. Justice, this will be my last warning. The moment this igniter of yours turns out to be a dud. It is the moment this cross-examination ends. Understood? Yes, Your Honor. Then let's have it. Show us the basis for these accusations against Darren Crescent. Okay, this is really my last chance. See, that will take apart Darren Crescent's plan is. A witness! Your igniter isn't a piece of evidence. Huh? So what is it? It's true that I couldn't show decisive evidence, but perhaps what I needed to prove my case was something else. You mean, a witness. Proving his guilt is a tall order, but I've got just the person to do it. Very well, Mr. Justice, who is the person who can prove Darren Crescent's guilt? An accomplice. The one person who can prove Darren Crescent's guilt is the defendant, Maki Kobe. Hey, client, again! Maki Kobe was an accomplice to the cocoon smuggling plot. Without him, Darren Crescent could not have gotten the cocoon. Furthermore, it can equally prove that the one who plotted to smuggle that cocoon is the real criminal in the case. Now, it would require just one of the very cocoons Nicholas House is looking for. With cooperation of the Republic of Virginia, we could burn a cocoon. The burned cocoon would leave a particular residue. A residue we would no doubt also find inside the burnt-out guitar. Ah, very scientific of you. Thus, Maki Kobe acknowledges his agreement with Darren Crescent. During the attempted smuggling aboard Virginian cocoon, the case is solved. Darren's laughing again. Out of the running passion is remarkable. You really want to get me, don't you? Too bad you'll never be able to. Why not? The little key tickler won't acknowledge anything, especially not anything to do with cocoon smuggling. What's this all about? Taking a cocoon out of the country means death. By Virginian law. This isn't Virginian law, though. Yeah, see? RPS really was a smuggler. And testifying about it would be suicide. Believe me, he's not talking. But you're wrong, Detective Crescent. What? It's the other way around. Maki doesn't admit to smuggling here. He's in deep trouble. Huh? How? Look, if Maki admits to smuggling here, then he'll be tried in our courts by our law. You don't get the death penalty for smuggling in our country. Ugh. The victim in this case was an undercover interest police. I'm sure that news is already been reported in there. And they'll likely broadcast our deal, including the part about the Virginian cocoon. Yeah, but if Maki doesn't admit to smuggling now, he'll eventually be picked up by the Virginian police. And it's not like he's in any danger in our court. They're not going to find him guilty of murder here, not now. Yeah, but you can't do this. You can't accuse me. Maybe the law doesn't allow it. But who's going to think you're really innocent after hearing this trial? The same goes for Maki Kobe. Cocoon smuggling is her entire plan. Maki Kobe knows everything. There's only one way out of it for him, and that's to acknowledge his crime. The kind of the cocoon smuggling. Well, Mom, it's only gonna be a little longer.
Huh?
Can I continue? It's just gonna be a little longer.
You can talk a little bit louder.
Okay.
Just whisper, okay?
Okay, Mom.
Because if we hear it,
Well, it's not something I can whisper, though. Okay, well, Mom. Just close the door. Want a house made out of cookies? Or no, a house made out of pianos. Come on. Please. Don't take. Didn't realize I was gonna say talk, not take. I'm a bandit. Darren, I consider that my last session with you. We rocked. I'm guessing we can treat that outburst as a confession. Uh-oh, he's laughing again. There's a kind of sick desperation in it now. Well, have you been listening to the trial? Yes. And you'll tell us for everything? You didn't want it to turn out this way, but I'm not the kind of lawyer that can overlook a crime. Today's trial is all for your benefit, you know? I see no reason why you should hesitate now. I knew from the beginning. I knew. Moxie's situation, I cannot explain, but money, I needed very much money. Today's trial raises a delicate issue with our legal system. The only thing definite in a court of law is evidence, which is the golden rule. However, it has become apparent that not all things can be tried by the standards. But another case of the cold surface, we may have to consider an alternative system by which administer justice. Anyway, Mr. Moxie Kobe, yes, to promise you will receive a fair trial by the laws of our country. With regard to the current charges for the murder of Mr. LaCow, the court is prepared to announce the verdict. I thank you. I lied, but you true. That's our job. Very well. The court finds the defendant, Moxie Kobe, not guilty. Court is adjourned. July 10th, 4:42 p.m. District Court, defendant lobby number 2. I wonder what'll happen tomorrow. Well, with this one, we'll do another 4 day yet. I guess there'll be another trial here. All's well that ends well. Daddy? I know you both might. Lamore? Is something wrong? Sorry. Moxie was your partner on stage, your friend. Yes, I thought of him as my own son. And now I do, yes. Something got a hold of him. Something I see that. And he must pay for what he has done. Is that not how it should be? I'm still sorry. Do not be sorry. You have given me courage. Courage? I'm considering an eye operation. It was my suggestion, actually. You mean you'll be able to see again? It's funny, I have always been afraid of the light. Light seems so hard, so unforgiving. According to the doctor, Lamore lost her sight due to some kind of accident. An accident? As you know, I suffer from amnesia. I heard that if I could see, perhaps it would open my eyes to the truth I've been running from. I was scared. You know what changed your mind? Hearing your defense the other day. You could feel your gaze, unwavering, always looking straight at the truth. The light returns to my eyes. I think I will take up painting. Painting? That's right, she's the landscape painter in sound after all. I will paint the two of you, I promise. Woohoo, I can't wait, Lamore! I owe you my thanks too, Paulo. Thanks? Mr. Right, but for what? You reminded me I need to hurry things along. On my secret mission, that is. Right, your secret mission. Paulo, true chief. I hope that we will meet again someday soon. You bet, me too. So, like a ballet, the trial flowed on and on until it came to an end. Thanks to the trial, the guitar's serenade was a huge hit. Prosecutor Gavin is even more jagged than you look at now. But there's something I want to say to that guy. Next time you write a ballet, have them catch the killer at the end. Alright, well, it's obvious I'm gonna end stream here and find someone to raid. Alright, yep, just gotta find someone to raid because bruh moments. Wait a minute. Oh, there's people in my chat? What the heck? Oh, that was a while ago, though. Okay, I don't even know if anyone's even gonna come in for the raid. This is a bro moment. Okay, so I guess I'm just gonna do a raid myself, I guess. I never bothered to check my chat because I didn't expect anyone to even see it because, you know, ugh. Anyway, gonna find someone to raid, like I said. Okay, Control W, Control T, Control Y. I shouldn't have even done that. I should have just done what I was about to do. Find someone to raid. Maybe... Ah. Okay. Found someone to raid. Alright. Even though... And then Control W, Control C, Control 2. Say something about hashtag Pirateous raid there. Yeet that link in the chat. And hit end stream, go over, and then hit the enter button.